So, good morning. It is 10:02, and I am calling the November 5th, 2021 meeting of the Historic Resources Advisory Committee to order. Do we have guests available right now, or shall I keep talking?
Yes, Tamara, Kent and David are with us. So
Okay.
if you want to have them
we
chime
have
in.
two guests right now available that wanted to talk with us briefly. I will introduce Kent Whitworth, is the director and CEO of the Minnesota Historical Society, and he would like to greet us.
Yes, thank you, Tamara. It's a delight to be with you guys. I think you're in day 2, so thank you for your hard work. Before the HRAC group got together to deliberate over these applications, and then thank you for the great work that you did yesterday and will continue today. I wanted to do 2 things. First of all, I wanted to thank several in this meeting for your service on HRAC. We've got a couple of folks that are completing a term that are rotating off at the conclusion of this meeting, and then we've got several folks that will be leaving this role at the end of December after 2 consecutive terms on the committee. So on behalf of the Minnesota Historical Society, I wanted to thank Mariga Reese from St. Paul and Samaya Garrison from Minneapolis for serving for a full term on HRAC. We're grateful for what you have meant, the expertise and perspective, collective wisdom that you've contributed to. So thank you to the 2 of you. And then the 4 that are completing 2 terms, Tamara Edvold, who is chairing today. Tamara, thank you for your leadership. Jill Yanuka, we appreciate your service. Annette Atkins, great to have you participating as well. And Jonathan Palmer, who so effectively served as chair for several years. We just want you to know how grateful we are. And frankly, I was reminded earlier this fall of all that's involved. Throughout all of our careers, we find ourselves in grant review situations, and I've done that at the state level and the national level. And I've never seen it run any more effectively than I've observed it running here in Minnesota. And what I really appreciate is the range of expertise and perspective in those groups reviewing, and the substance of the discussion. So had a chance to participate in some preservation grant review work earlier this fall, and just so appreciate the way you guys approach that cycle in and cycle out. So please know that you have the thanks of the Minnesota Historical Society for your stewardship of this responsibility. The second thing I wanted to do, just very briefly, is to give you a quick update on things at MNHS. And I'm going to focus this morning on our relatively new strategic plan, which went into effect July 1 of this current calendar year. It's a process that we began pre-pandemic and for a time paused, like I think everybody, and then we picked back up. And I'm just delighted to share just a little bit about that. And why I was so excited to talk to you about it is because of the intersection of our strategic direction and the purpose of this group and the work of HRAC. And so I certainly, what I'll do is I'll ask Carolyn to distribute the summary document of the strategic plan that says a little bit about our process. But we focused on relevance, particularly as we got into, that was already a watchword for us, but what we've learned over the last 20 months has just heightened our commitment to making sure that our organization stays relevant. There are 4 key imperatives in the plan. One is to transform access. Another is to re-envision space. A third one is to really expand authority and expertise. And the fourth one is to create a sustainable future. But I wanted to say a little bit about the transform access piece, because we've all learned, even as evidenced in this meeting, that fulfilling our work going forward and making it accessible is really blending on-site and online experiences. So, and we want other organizations across the state to be able to do that as well. But it's really the re-envision the space, which is about pushing history to all corners of Minnesota. Obviously, history is alive and well in all corners of Minnesota, but we are more committed than ever to try to make sure that we build partnerships, that we share expertise, that we push financial resources out as aggressively as we can across the state, so that all of us can continue to share in the mission of expanding the story and really expanding outreach. So we all know that many strategic plans can find their ways to the shelf very quickly after they're approved. And we are adamantly committed to doing just the opposite of that. In fact, we've got quarterly goals all the way down to the departmental level now. And we're still refining that process. But I want you guys to be a part of our feedback and our accountability. And so when we have a chance to visit going forward, I want to use our strategic plan and some conversations that we've alluded to even in a few of these interactions in previous grant cycles, where we talk about the stewardship and the strategic use of these legacy funds for the betterment of Minnesota history. So bottom line is, we've got a new framework with the new strategic plan that I think is going to really help us work even more strategically with HRAC. And I just wanted to share that with you today, and look forward to building on that in the days ahead. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, glad to hand off to David Kelleher.
Any questions or any comments, anyone?
I would like to ask one. This is Annette.
Annette?
Yes.
Morning, Kent. How are you?
Great. How are you, Annette?
Thanks for being here. Last year, when you came to talk to us, we talked about the need for a kind of mid-course evaluation or overview or something. And I'm hoping that might be part of the coming plans.
Bottom line is, now that we've got the strategic plan in place, I think we have the piece of that equation that I think we needed, and that is where what is our North Star sort of from an MNHS standpoint, and then we pull HRAC in and talk. But I think there was a missing piece. So now I think we're ready to pick up on what we were discussing. For referencing that in particular, that was very much in our thought process.
Great. Thanks, Ken.
Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, thanks, Kent.
Thank you, Tamara, and thanks again for your service and your 5 colleagues that have been so faithful and diligent these last several years. We are, as I said, beyond grateful. And I apologize. I'm going to slip off. My brother, his wife, and my dad are here. We've been trying to get them to Minnesota for more than 2 years, and we're headed to the state capitol, and they're going to do a deep dive into Minnesota history this weekend. So hate to appear rude, but can hardly wait to share our state's wonderful story with my family. So
Thank you.
Thanks again.
So David Kelleher, you are here somewhere?
I am here. Thank
There
you,
you are.
Tamara.
Hi, David.
Good morning. Tamara, I just have to laugh because you pronounced my
Yeah,
last name
I pronounce it like the town.
like the town. I love it. So they spell it the right way, Kelleher. Good morning. I can say I'm David Kelleher, or Kelleher, Director of Public Policy for the Minnesota Historical Society, for those of you who have not met or worked with much. Thanks for taking a couple of minutes. And I just want to echo Kent's words of thanks to all of you. You work so hard. You have to learn Flux, the grants management system, and you have to read all the grant applications and score them and discuss. So thanks for all your work. You're doing a great service to the state of Minnesota to wisely spend these dollars and to the history field in general. So really appreciate it.
Recording in progress.
So I just want to give you a real quick legislative update and let you know where we have been and where we're going. This last legislative session, the 2021 session, was a budget year. So the legislature did a 2-year biennial budget for operating budget and for legacy funding. So that's great. We will see some increases in dollars available for grants that will maybe make your job a little bit easier in the next round because you have to make some tough decisions. So the grant category and other categories receive some slight increases. We have been on a roller coaster in the last year and a half in trying to figure out what dollars would be available for legacy programs, not just us, obviously, but all the legacy programs that are funded through sales tax dollars. And of course, in the height of the pandemic, there was a huge amount of uncertainty with where things were going for the economy. And in the short to medium term, people are buying things. So that means the sales tax revenues are healthy, which helps with legacy dollars. We'll see in the next budget forecast at the end of November, early December, where things are going. But we think at this point, things are on the right track. So the funding that was appropriated in the 21 session will be secure. And then looking forward, hopefully that remains secure over time. So looking forward to the 2022 session, it's not a budget year. The main focus will be the capital budget or the bonding bill, but this is a really good time for legacy funding recipients and history fans and history advocates, and you're all history fans, to keep in touch with elected officials. Let them know the impact that these dollars are having on communities, on historic resources. Take them on a tour, invite them to a public program, and most of all, say thanks for the work that they do to bring these dollars across the state of Minnesota. Have an opportunity to do that. I think we're up to our maybe 17th annual History Matters Day at the Capitol is scheduled now for March 3rd, 2022. We're not sure how we're going to do that. Last year we had it virtual, which worked out pretty well because people from far away were able to join in the program with everyone gathering together and meet up with their legislators virtually. It's always great to have everyone together in person, but we'll see how things go. But we do have March 3rd, 2022 scheduled for History Matters Day at the Capitol 22 edition. So please mark that on your calendar and watch for more information from us on that. And we'll look forward to seeing you for that. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions on what's happening at the legislature, but I do know that we have a special guest with us who was gonna maybe speak around 10:30, but I think can speak now if
Representative Lilly here.
I believe he's on the call.
Okay.
I'm here, but I don't know if you can see me, which is probably better if you can't.
Well, let me just do a quick introduction, Representative Lilly, before you get started. I want to offer my thanks to you for your hard work and tough decision-making with all the legacy funds. Representative Leon Lilly represents North St. Paul and is the chair of the House Legacy Funding Committee and has just been a great supporter and friend of the history world and Minnesota Historical Society and all the county historical societies and other organizations that do this work. And I know that he's appreciated some of the folks that have come to testify before the committee and gotten out and about around the state to see some of the work that's happened. And we're really delighted that you're here today to see this group of hardworking volunteers in action, and just to take a quick look at the work that they're doing and see what they're up to, making some great decisions on behalf of you guys and the citizens of Minnesota. So thank you for being here with us today, and please share some thoughts on legacy, and thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the invite this morning. And it's with great pleasure to be the chair of legacy in the Minnesota House. It's a position I asked for. The speaker, I said I'd really like to be chair. I've been on a committee since the beginning with Mary Murphy when they first started, and Senator Cohn, and on the other side of the street there. And it's just kind of just a great place to be. And we're so lucky as a state to have this opportunity compared to other states, just to have this money. David kind of brought it up in his talk, and it's so true. Can you imagine going through COVID? Some of these discussions, like in the funds here, would we be talking about arts? Would we be talking about parks and trails, maybe investments, or even the clean water to some extent, or and certainly the history aspect? Would we be talking about those? And probably not to the extent. And it's really been a great investment in Minnesota, and we're just so blessed as a state. And that's because of the work that you guys do through the Historical Society. David really reminded me, and it's so true, that you guys are volunteers. And when you think about it, I served on a couple, 3, 4, I think 4 terms or something on Massard Sam's, and where they make the decisions on outdoor projects, like you're much the same that you're doing. And I, you get the big packets and you dig deep, and I got to be honest, the citizens, like all of you, are much better than us legislators as far as the thoroughness. I mean, it's quite humbling actually to see how deep. And I imagine it's the same here. David mentioned that, some of the skill sets that many of you bring to the table, and how important that is with all the things, and then the deep dives. And these decisions are hard, and they're not easy. How do you decide one against the other? Sometimes we've been so lucky the last year, with the modifications and the sales tax. And like David mentioned, we were darn scared of what is going to happen with COVID. We thought, oh man, everything's going to end, and sales tax, especially in the legacy area, would be just falling off. But all of a sudden, boom, everybody's at home. They're buying stuff on the internet, and so actually we've done really pretty well in sales tax. I see a Amazon truck going right down the road in front of me out the window here. But so there's more money that we didn't see coming, and that's really a blessing. And I just really want to thank you, volunteers, for really making a difference. I also serve on the Capital Investment Committee, so I've been all over the state. And we were out in Litchfield, of course, and just saw the Opera House. And but I mean, that's just one example. But I mean, there was just all over the state. I see different legacy, history markers or history things that that's going on. You may not think of it, but you were actually mentioned in the Constitution, in the amendment, the importance of preserving Minnesota history. And, like we also invest in libraries, but they weren't mentioned, and I support the investments in the libraries for obvious reasons, but they weren't mentioned like you were specifically. And David's been awesome about reminding us of that. But it's so important to preserve, but also to embrace the new Minnesota stories, the new histories that are being created every day. And I know that you're making those efforts too, to meet the new Minnesotans. But I know I'm talking long, but there's a lot to say actually about. I just love it's such a great committee. You know, I love all the funds. You know, a big avid trails, parks and trails person, and you know, the clean water, obviously, just what a blessing. The investments that are done there, and the arts community just going on, and then obviously in the outdoor area as well. But the work that you are doing is so important in preserving and telling the Minnesota story. But I do have a little bit of it. I always, as chair, I'm going to throw this out. I always like to see more. I just challenge you as you look at things, just to figure out ways to tell your story, maybe on a trail, or you know, to intertwine these funds. That's one area I always think that we can do a little bit better job, and maybe in an outdoor area like a wetland restoration project, have a historical marker or something that tells a story. And I know that you'll do this, and through David, you know, your work and David's work at the big house, I call it, you know, you can get that done. But I don't know if you have any questions. I just really want to thank you as volunteers. I'm always grateful for your work, and please reach out to any of our committee members. We are available to answer questions, or I'd love to have you come in and testify. Or it is, as David mentioned, kind of the off season, so we're kind of taking a look at all the funds and just to making sure we're checking in, kind of like the lady mentioned, just to check in, because it is about halftime of the legacy fund, just to check and see where we're at and where we're going. And because I got to be honest, I've kind of said when I became chair, my goal is to be able to when I'm done being chair, I want us to be able to renew, and that's my goal. And it sounds like it's probably not important to other people, but I think you're doing that work. You're out there making sure that the investments are solid and good, and that we can all be proud of it. And then at the end of the day, when it comes to the end of the 25 years, that we can renew this again. It's just really been a blessing for Minnesota. So just in closing, I just want to thank you, and please reach out if you have any questions. I can't believe I had some coffee, so I'm a little talkative, probably more than normal. I'm a more silent legislator, but this is an area of love. So they always say if you care about something, you can talk longer. But again, thank you all. Really, thank you for your work. And I really believe that we are going to be able to renew, and that's because of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lilly. We appreciate your kind comments and your hard work.
Thank you.
So, did anybody have any questions or comments for Representative Lilly? None? Well, then we will proceed.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. I'm probably just going to listen for a little bit. If you're going to get into funds, I'll check out, and because I wanted to listen yesterday as you were making decisions. I just find it super fascinating.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. So this is the second day of the meeting of the Historic Resources Advisory Committee to consider applications from the 7th Biennial Appropriation of Funding for the Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Funds Grants Program from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Grants are made possible by the people of Minnesota who voted on November 4th, 2008 to pass the Clean Water, Land, and Legacy Amendments to the Minnesota Constitution to support efforts to preserve Minnesota's land, water, and legacy, including our state's history and cultural heritage. Every year, this meeting is highly anticipated by grant applicants throughout the state to consider projects to preserve and enhance access to Minnesota's cultural and historical resources and support projects of enduring value for the cause of history and historic preservation. In addition, this meeting is a time to celebrate and commemorate the history of our state. Thank you, committee members and staff, for attending this meeting, and welcome to grant applicants and guests. I will ask each member to introduce themselves. I am Tamara Edevold. I'm with the Clearwater County Historical Society and Minnesota's Historic Northwest. Jill?
I'm Jill Wanuka with the Candiac County Historical Society and West Central Minnesota Historical Association.
Annette?
Annette Atkins, I'm a Minnesota history scholar from St. Cloud.
Simia? No? Heather?
I am Heather Hoagland. I'm the director at the Scott County Historical Society.
Christy?
Jeff Coate, Senior Paintings Conservator at Midwest Art Conservation Center.
Ginny?
I'm Jenny Lakovic. I'm a registered architect in Minnesota, and I specialize in historic preservation.
Lindsay?
I'm Lindsay Marshall. I'm the director at Lake of the Woods County Historical Society.
Tiana?
I'm Tiana Odegaard. I have a background in archaeology and hold a master's in heritage studies and public history, and have worked in tribal historic preservation.
Thank you. Anne?
Good morning. I'm Ann O'Keefe Jackson from Lower Sioux in Morton, Minnesota. And I work with tribal cultural history and art history as well.
Jonathan?
Good morning, Jonathan Palmer. I'm the executive director of the Hallie Key Brown Community Center. Work primarily with African-American history and culture.
Thanks, Jonathan. And not present are committee members Marika Reese and Matthew Piscatelli, David Hinkinson, and Dan, I can never say his last name, Schmitzel. We also have staff attending, and they will participate as necessary. So this is some housekeeping we have to state for the public record. This is a public meeting subject to Minnesota's open meeting law. A list of the applications being considered by the Historic Resources Advisory Committee and the eligible requested amount is available on the Minnesota Historical Society Legacy Grant page. While the public is encouraged to attend and listen to HRAC discussions, they are not permitted to make presentations or participate. Each application has been thoroughly reviewed by the Grants Office staff and members of HRAC. In addition, grants requesting $100,000 or over were reviewed by independent peer reviewer not associated with HRAC or the Grants Office. The Grants Office staff and peer reviewer comments were provided to HRAC members before this meeting. Based on the application, review criteria, and reviewers' comments, HRAC members assigned a score between 1 and 10, with 10 being excellent. These scores were used to calculate the cumulative average and mode score for each application and began HRAC deliberations. HRAC will also consider geographical and grant subcategories. This year, the addition of diversity and inclusion questions HRAC may refer to during their deliberations. HRAC will recommend approval or decline for each application to the Minnesota Historical Society's Executive Council for final action. Releasing information or discussing applications after today is not allowed by HRAC or MNHS. All applicants will be notified via email by the Grants Office of these decisions no later than December 15th, 2021. The committee will take periodic breaks. During the breaks, committee members will refrain from discussing applications. In addition, there will be a lunch break for a half an hour, approximately at noon. Committee members will recuse themselves from this meeting for any application which you have declared a conflict of interest. Committee members will go to a virtual waiting room during the discussion and motion of the application, and then they will re-enter the meeting after business has been conducted. For the Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Grant Program, a total of 81 final applications were received requesting a little over $9 million. MNHS followed policies outlined in the grants manual in processing all applications. 5 applications were found to be incomplete or ineligible, and therefore HRAC did not review them. All applications not funded will be notified and encouraged to reapply as appropriate after the Minnesota Historical Society Executive Council's final approval. The committee will be considering the remaining 76 applications, requesting a total of $8.9 million. A total of $5,982,000 is available from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund for the program in fiscal year 2022, the first year of the biennium. In addition, approximately $1.8 million in unallocated funds from fiscal year 21 has been carried forward. Thus, after reserving funds for administrative costs and for the 4 small grant cycles offered, there is $6.2 million available for awards. Before we start our deliberations, there are a few ground rules. Everyone participates, no one dominates, one speaker at a time. Be concise when you speak, encourage others to participate. If you need to excuse yourself from the meeting for any reason, please post a message in the chat when you leave, and upon your return, turn off your microphone and camera if you will remain active in the meeting. Topics outside of the agenda will be documented and tabled for the spring 2022 meeting. And please ask to be recognized by the chair. And I can't see you if you raise your hand because I'm like half blind. So just say my name and I will call upon you. And is there any discussion before we begin deliberations? Okay. So yesterday we agreed to use the average score to sort applications to start our deliberation. And if I recall correctly, the highest score was 7.2 and above. And this group was how we began our deliberations. We selected a level of 2 million to make a check as far as scoring by or awarding grants by score only. And then again, we would check at 1 million. So I think we will begin. We tabled several projects that we wanted to discuss when we hit that 2 million mark. And I think we're actually a little under 2 million. So we'll talk about the tabled projects first and then proceed from there. And I don't know, Carolyn or John, if you could put the spreadsheet up.
Madam Chair, this is John Bolton. There were a couple of requests at the, in yesterday's meeting for data. And would you like me to talk about those later, or we can talk about them earlier if you'd like? Got some results. The 2 requests, one was...
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just do that right now.
Okay, thanks. So the 2 requests were for which counties had not received any grants recently. And given the time, last night I went back 3 years, and of the counties that are applying, there are only 2 counties that have not received a grant in the last 3 years. One of them is Carlton County, and the other one is Fillmore County. And so those are marked out on the main funding sheet. In the county list, they are like a bright purple mauve color. I think so. The Fillmore County one was discussed and tabled, or at least tabled for further discussion, and the Carlton County one has already been declined. So the other request for data was about organizations that have resubmitted this year who had been unsuccessful in the past. And I just looked at particular projects. So obviously there's a lot of organizations that come back year after year, but in this case, there were quite a few organizations that came back with the same project from last year that was not funded. There is a tab. It's right it's at the very end about resubmits, and so the lines that are clear are the ones from 2021 fiscal year for those that didn't get funded. And the mauve ones in this case are the same organizations, same projects that are present in this year's consideration. There are a number of things to look at here. One is that quite a few organizations have already been funded in yesterday's deliberations. And there are a few that have not been addressed yet, but almost everything that came in to last year's round has scored higher this year, as just a few exceptions, but almost everything, every project that has been resubmitted was scored at least a little bit, sometimes quite a bit higher this year in their resubmit. So that's it for me. But if you have any questions, I can answer them now, or if they come up later.
Anybody have any questions for John?
I do.
Jonathan?
John,
Yes.
Are there more listed down below, or is this all the ones?
There are, yeah. So, yeah, for example, Sauk Center returned to restore the dairy, and it was one that was scored much higher, I would say, by the committee this year, but has been considered and not been funded yet. They did. It's the same project. They did rework it quite a bit.
I'm actually looking for, I think, the Islamic Center, which I thought we said yesterday came in last year, but I want to say it came in 2 years ago.
Yeah, and so that didn't make it into this data set, and I can take a look at it while you all are working and talk to you at the break if you'd like.
Anyone else? Questions for John? Okay.
All right, thanks.
So we need to look at, is that the very top of the thing? Yeah. So we gotta close a window here. Looks like the Centro Guzman was that funded? I can't see it says discussed and then.
And funded.
Okay. So if we go down farther, funded.
I'm assuming the GR fund is group funding and the IND fund is individual funding. Is that correct?
Carolyn or John, what is GR funding fund?
Yep, that's correct. It was just a way for us to distinguish that first group when you did the group, and then you had individuals. Yes, correct.
So then the first one up is the Islamic Center of Winona. for $76,205. Does anyone want to speak to this grant?
So, Madam Chair,
Annette?
I wonder if, just for ease of conversation, once we start discussing, could we take the spreadsheet down and go back to the faces? It seems easier not to interrupt and to see who else wants to speak if I can see people rather than just looking at the, so we would have to go back and forth, and maybe that's too complicated, but.
Carolyn, are you in charge of that, or is it John?
I'm in charge of it, and I can absolutely put it up and down. Not a problem.
Not hard? Okay.
Not hard.
We can try it. So we're talking about the Islamic Center of Winona. Are there any motions, any discussion?
Well, I'd like to return back. Jenny, I think you had raised the initial concerns, and I went back and reread it. And would you mind just kind of going through again the I don't know that I'm seeing it the same way, and I want to see this is your area more than mine, so I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, this one, the reason I think this one is problematic is because of the phasing of the work. They're replacing the roof. We all can agree that roof replacement's a good idea. And it's usually the first thing we want to do for a historic building is to make sure the envelope is tight. The problem I have with this one is that they're doing a roof replacement, but they're not addressing all of the other aspects of the building that tie into the roof. So, they're doing the roof, but they're not doing the balustrade at the front. But the roofing is integral with that installation. Same with the monitor. That the monitor is that pop-up structure that has the windows to either side. That's not being addressed until phase 4. But the roof ties into the base of the wall. So if you're not addressing that till phase 4, it's really hard to tie the roof into it in a way that is, a comprehensive, holistic approach. Is basically what I'm saying is that this is not a comprehensive, holistic approach to the roof rehabilitation. They're isolating a portion of it when in reality, all of the things that tie into the roof should be addressed at the same time. And so what they've done is they've got phase 1, they've got phase 2, phase 4, all of which involve roofing. And so for me, that's problematic because, when they come back to do phase 2 or phase 4, you have to take apart the roofing that you've already put in, and if they don't do it thoroughly, you're creating a weak spot at the most vulnerable locations. And this is something, I've seen time and time again, where, when you come back and try to integrate something that isn't completely thought through, you set it up for possible failure, or at least you set it up for failure at a quicker pace than it would if it had been done properly the first time. So this is one that, so the phasing is problematic. There's also, it's lacking in detail. And there's at least one of the details that I think is problematic, just the way it's drawn up. It's going to set the facade up for some potential staining and streaking that it would be good to avoid. So this is one that you can't condition the phasing on this. So we couldn't condition that. We could provide guidance on the problematic detail, but we wouldn't be able to address phasing in this because it's got a cost implication.
So I read it differently, and let me go through what I'm seeing here and then help me understand if I'm missing the pieces. Because when I read it, what I saw was the phasing as you laid out was what was recommended in their report, not necessarily the steps that they were going to take it through. That the consultant had recommended those phases, but what they were going to do was seek out consultants and bids would that not then, if it's coming from somebody who does this professionally, them go ahead and say, here's the order that you need to. I saw this as, when I'm reading it, I'm reading them as saying, we got a report that said we need to do these 6 phases. We need a consultant or a roofing company or the people who will actually do that. And that what they're saying is they'll go out and seek those bids. Would they not then say to them, oh, you can't do it in this order, or you have to do these things at the same time? Won't professionals catch that pieces that you're talking about?
None of it's detailed. None of that's detailed. And so that's the problem with the set, is that there are no transition details for any of these. There's one, and I remember, right, I'm pretty sure that they're in the drawing set. It does hold to those phases. We can pull that up, maybe. Maybe we can do that. I don't know if we want to do it right this minute, but hang on a second.
Do we have the full 2019 report? See, the way I'm looking at this is they're seeking the funding to do the work, but we would be able to, one, recommend that they make those. I think we can raise the concerns that you're talking about in terms of the timing. I didn't read that as a roadmap of this is exactly where we are, and maybe I'm just not looking at this right.
If you look at the drawings and the specs, they're not it's phased. In fact, the first page of the drawing set lists the phases, Jonathan, and so that's, I'm not taking this from their text. I'm taking this from their drawing set, and the drawing set clearly lines out phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so the monitor is phase 4. And the balustrade is phase 3. The roof is phase 1. And no, you never want to let this, put this in the hands of the contractor to determine those details. Not all contractors are created equal. I spend a lot of time negotiating details even with contractors who are really good at what they do. There's a reason architects and engineers get involved in these projects. And I had one just recently where a good roofing contractor, but we spent weeks going through a detail to get it to the point where it was going to work for everybody. So it's something that worked with the intent that we had, but also matched their skill set. There's sometimes you have to work in 2 directions. So in this one, because there's no details, for those transitions, they're putting a lot of pressure on contractors. We don't know who the contractors are. So we don't right now to fund this project, we don't know what we're funding. We don't know what we're going to get. And that to me is a little irresponsible. If this were fully detailed and those transitions and terminations were included in this set, I'd probably, you could condition it a little bit better, but right now I can't support this one right now because I think that this is one of those examples that coming back next year, as John just pointed out, when we ask people to come back, the applications tend to be stronger and I think more successful because of that. And so this is one that I just think, my personal opinion is I think this would be a better application, a stronger application, if it was fully integrated and detailed appropriately.
Ginny, is there some part of this project that could be funded to just move them the next step? Is there some piece that would help them make those details better and more?
I think they just have to finish them. I think they just have to provide the details. I think it's an incomplete set. I think the specs are a little wishy-washy. They're more outline specs, something that you'd see more in an earlier design phase than final construction. scrolling
Okay,
through
then
it now.
a different question. If we just send it back to them, can we send it back with very specific recommendations? in
Yeah,
order to
I
help them move to
would
that?
say the recommendation is if you insist on phasing the work, then provide very specific details at all of the transitions and terminations to show how new work will be integrated with a future phase. I mean, that's, or do all of the work, the roofing work and all of the systems that tie into the roofing work, do them simultaneously. I'm not sure why they phased this in 6 phases, quite honestly. There's no benefit to that.
And what I'm wondering about is since this is a nonprofit that is not an architectural firm, that they got a report from a consultant that says this, so that they're not looking at it the same way that you are.
No, but Jonathan, they have architectural drawings. So they have hired an architect. That architect should be guiding them and providing them with this information. I'm not blaming the applicant on this, because I think, they hired someone to get them through this process. What I'm saying is that they don't have the drawing set, the construction documents are not complete or planned out well. And that's problematic, so I just think that this one, and this is one that I would say that they can go back to their architect and say, here are the suggestions. We need some stronger transition details and a better plan for how the roofing is tied in to these other systems. That's my opinion. So you guys can agree or to agree to disagree or agree, but that's just my experience when you're doing this, is that it's the critical junctions are the transitions between systems, and those are not being accounted for here.
And I cannot question your knowledge of architectural. You're so far beyond my expertise. I'm just, I'm looking at this as they applied before we sent this back. What I get concerned about is if we're not giving them the guidance, how are they going to be successful? And so what happened last time when it came through? Did we not give them the guidance to come through? Because I believe I thought they came through in 2019, which means then they would have gone and gotten the report in 2019. And now we're back again, and we're going to potentially send it back again. And as Annette is raising, if we're not giving them specific direction around the pieces, are we setting them up for failure with this? And what I'm looking again, also just at, we've had a lot of discussion around the diversity of our applicants and how open a process this is, and that we tend to see applicants who know this field, know the work, and it gives them a distinct advantage over groups that may have worthy projects but don't have the same level of expertise. And so if we're not going to support this, what I'd want to see is that we are doing everything we can to set this up for a successful project, rather than drawing the line of, well, thank you very much, we'll see you sometime later.
Now, if I remember this one correctly from the previous application, it's much better than it was. It has improved. I think the last time it was basically, it was the plan and that just said re-roof here. It was very light, and there was no information included. And that's why I think that was reflected in the score that they got 2 years ago. It just really, it just didn't meet that standard of practice. This time, it's better. It's way better, but I still think that they're not quite there yet. And this has nothing to do with diversity, in my opinion. In this case, it wouldn't matter who the applicant was. In this case, I would still feel the same way about the quality of the drawings. And, and I think in the architect that they've hired is a good architect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Alex. He's a good architect. I just think that the project as it's proposed would be so much stronger, and it would be a much more durable, longer lasting solution if it were dealt with comprehensively instead of piecemeal phasing. And it brings up the question for me, is the piecemeal phasing, is that an attempt to just get funding? Because people know that if they ask for a lower dollar amount, they have a better shot at getting funded. If you ask for $400,000, we're not going to fund you. I mean, very rarely do we go that high. And that's not what this would add up to, but I'm just for the sake of good discussion, the higher the number, the harder the sell. And so what I'm afraid of is that people are phasing this to just get the funding, and we're not getting a well coordinated final product. That's just a concern that I have for phasing.
If I could just speak to the sequence of applications from the Islamic Center.
Okay.
So they did apply in fiscal year 2019, and they were successful that year. That's when they applied for the architectural drawings. They applied for this project last year. However, the architectural drawing project wasn't closed yet when it came to the deadline. So the application didn't go forward last year, and the committee was not able to see it. So this is the first time you're seeing a construction project from the Islamic Center.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
If I can just, Teresa, if I can just clarify, Jenny, I did not have any question about you with diversity. Yeah, that was talking about this overall thing. You have been always very on that point and very concerned about that. So I want to make sure that doesn't fester into rumor or anything like that. That was not my concern at all. I'm looking at as the HRAC, and we're looking at this, and we've added the diversity question. So this was not directed at you in any way, shape, or form. I'm looking at then I need a little bit more just from you. We gave them funding for the architectural drawings. The architectural drawings are done, but it sounds like you don't want to speak against Alex, but where's the disconnect is what I'm trying to say. If we're trying to help them have a successful project, they went and did it. We said you need architectural drawings. They went and got the architectural drawings, but then somebody decided to phase them for some odd reason. And what?
The phasing is
how do we help
problematic.
them get past that?
Well, I think the phasing is problematic. My recommendation would be for them to come back next year without the phasing. The areas that are integral with roofing should be done at the same time. So my recommendation would be for them to come back. They've got a good start on the drawings. This isn't going to cost them a lot of money. It shouldn't, I can't say, but it shouldn't. I mean, they just need to rethink the phasing, put the work that's integral together in one project so that it can be done correctly, thoroughly, and then I would be supporting of this one. I think it's a nice little building. They're working hard to move it forward. These drawings looking forward to the other phases. They've got more than just roofing. They're looking at this building. They're looking to really make significant improvements to it, which I think will be very complementary and I think really important for the district. This is not an independently nominated building. It's a contributing building in a historic district. So the exterior facade is important because that's what is That's why it's a contributing building, fits in with the district. So they're moving in the right direction. And again, Alex is a good architect. He should be able to get them through this. I'm just suggesting that instead of small incremental projects that are really difficult to integrate over the long haul, just ask for a little bit more and integrate, get that baluster and the monitor in the same project with the roofing, and just get the roof all done at once. I mean, you can come back and do the windows in the monitor, but at least get that transition between roofing and base of wall in the same project. It would just be so much better. So I mean, I'm encouraging them. In a way, I'm actually looking out in their best interests, because what you don't want is for them to spend the money on this and then 5-6 years down the road end up with a bad connection, a bad transition that's going to leak, and then they're right back where they started. So, which I see a lot. So if we still want to fund them and don't, if we're still, if the group wants to move forward with funding, then I would say they need to, as conditions, I think they need to provide more specific details for where the phase 1 work stops and starts, because that's not explicit in here. And I can call your attention very specifically to certain details. Detail, can't quite read it, 8 on sheet A61 is one that does not make a distinction between phase 1 and phase 4 work. I have no idea, and neither would a contractor know where to stop or start. So that's problematic. So that detail needs to be redone. And I would say also the detail at the existing baluster needs to be redone. That one, detail 4, is problematic. And specifically, I would, as a condition, say that the roofing membrane should not be brought over and wrapped over the parapet wall. It should be held back, and there should be some metal through wall flashing over it. Otherwise, you run the risk of the rubberized mastic from the EPDM. When it gets wet or exposed to water, it will run down the face of the building and cause some nasty staining. So that detail would also need to be looked at as a starting point.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Yes.
Or make a comment? The only thing I have that's problematic for me with this application is, and I, don't question your expertise, Ginny, but if anyone for any of our backgrounds are going to go through each application and say, we're just going to, this is not my approach, I wouldn't take, and so I won't fund it because I don't think this is the correct order that it should be done. If someone who has architectural drawings, I just think it's not like someone's just doing their own kind of thing and winging it. Like, I'm just concerned, or would like more feedback from other people, because I think the score was pretty high. And I get, you might have just that experience that other people don't, but I just think maybe other people could weigh in on it, or if their thoughts or something. And that's just with any application. I just think I look back at it, the staff didn't have any problem with the application. There was nothing, no red flags. Everyone read it here, and we all, looked at it and scored it. So if it's a matter of that's not my approach, which, we could pull that out, I guess, with almost every application of, is that the way I would do it? I don't think so. You need to go back, and then it needs to be in this phase. I just think that's problematic if we're reviewing grants and that's the feedback we're going to give is that's not the way I would do it. It's hard to.
No,
really
I'm not saying it's about the way we would do it. There's a standard of care and just some incomplete information. I agree with you, Anne, that, you could show a set of drawings or an approach to 10 different people and get 10 different answers. In this case, though, it's incomplete. There's no indication for where phases stop and start. And that's problematic for bidding. And it's problematic for completion, regardless of your approach. So it's not.
My last thought is I actually
opinion.
think it's more difficult for people to have a smaller amount because those are the ones we are going over with a fine tooth comb as compared to the ones that are $200,000. I don't think as much. I understand there's a peer review and everything else, but I think we're really going through quite detailed with the much smaller grant funds. But thank you.
Can I say something?
Okay. Yep.
I'm not, obviously I don't know the steps in replacing a roof, but even in art conservation, that there are certain steps that are integral to other steps, and that it makes it very problematic if you're trying to do one step and keep them separated. So if I understand correctly, what Jenny is trying to say is that it just makes the project much more difficult in the long term. If you don't know exactly how all of these different steps and phases are going to play into each other. So I don't know, just in paintings conservation, that becomes very problematic if you try to separate everything into these nice little boxes, because it just can't be done
right
for a successful project, if that makes sense.
They're really hard to bid if they're not explicit for where the work stops and starts. They're really difficult to bid. How much demo are you doing? It's not indicated. How much is coming off? Where are you taking that transition to? So anyway, I beat that one to death, but
we've spent lots of time on this.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else to add?
I will just add.
We have a motion.
I will add a motion, but I just want to say this. I say, Jenny, I really appreciate your insight on this. So it's not, I don't have a question about your expertise or your insight. I'm looking at how the application, when it talks about, it's going to adhere to the standards of the Secretary of Interior and stuff like that, it just seems like
we would
catch,
it's, yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, they're saying when they develop the scope of work, it would adhere to that. In my mind, if we're going back to them, if we were to fund this and we went back to them and said, here's the issues that you've got to make sure you address in doing that a scope of work that would have to be approved would include some of the concerns you're raising from that. And then I got to go back to if this is an excellent architect, who did the drawings that came out in the, I'm worried that they're not getting the guidance, and that again, we're not setting them up for success. We went ahead and asked for certain things, we got them back. We're not happy with what we got back, but it's a larger piece.
Chair, if I could make a comment in response to that, I really connected to what you said when you said that earlier, Jonathan, about giving them great guidance. And I wonder, this is really just a point of logistics, is it possible for staff to direct them to this video? I feel like we've been really clear about what the concerns we've had with the project are during this conversation. And this would be, it seems to me, really helpful for them to be able to refer back to the conversation that we've had and then use this going forward, whatever that looks like, however it impacts them if they come back again and ask for funding. I wonder if it's possible to just send them to this conversation.
I believe it is. Carolyn?
Madam Chair, yes, this is Carolyn. And the short answer is yes.
Good. I like short answers.
Tamara, one more. I just want to make one comment in general, a broad comment, just to take off of something Jonathan just said. I want to just make sure everybody understands the Secretary of Interior standards are guidelines. They're not details. They're not construction documents. It's very broad, very policy almost. They're just recommendations for direction. They are not to be confused with actual executable work. So just because someone says that they're following Secretary of Interior standards and they reference a document does not mean the project is been detailed or has an established process for meeting those standards. Everybody can say that they meet the guidelines and a lot of times what's being detailed does not meet the guidelines, and there's several examples of that coming up. But I want everybody, for those of you who aren't that familiar with it, the Secretary of Interior standards are what preservation architects live by. It's the foundation of our practice. But the Secretary of Interior standards are 10 bullet points that just say broadly, do no harm, preserve and protect. They don't get into how. And so there are other standards and technical briefs that give a little bit more insight, but even those, they're not construction details. And again, for construction projects, there's a standard of care that we should be expecting for these projects. So just wanted to make sure everybody understood that what the Secretary of Interior standards are and are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
I guess I'm struggling just a little bit. I do share the views of Jonathan and Ann and Heather and Annette with the recommendations and conditions, if we could. Thank you, Ginny, for your expertise and looking out for the Islamic Center in such a profound way. What I struggle with is that it says that they are approved for architectural drawings, and then it seems as though I don't want to fault the Islamic Center for relying on their expert. I have a feeling while they work closely and communicated, that it's still relying heavily on their expertise and in my mind, I think they have lived up to the expectation that, they have got awarded for architectural drawings. They've presented architectural drawings. And so in my mind, they have a completed next phase in this. While you have pointed out some significant problematic things, I feel as though we can provide them with conditions, provide them with something, because I'm still struggling with the words to try to put this all together, but I just don't want to fault them as severely as I'm hearing, if that makes sense. So thank you for whatever that contribution is.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of this. I'll move approval of this project.
If you have a motion with conditions, we need to include them as well.
Thank you. That is correct. I am in error on that. So yes, a motion to approve this project with the conditions and recommendations that we've discussed, such as to do all the phases together, or other pieces that are appropriate for staff to condition those in.
Is there a second?
Suzanne, I'll second.
Who is that? Tiana?
Tiana, and then I guess Ann's a third. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All kinds of seconds. All those in favor of funding the Islamic Center, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Can we do a roll call, please?
We need to do a roll call. Get my list. Jill?
Yes.
Annette?
Abstain for the minute.
Heather?
Nay.
Christy?
I'm also going to abstain.
Ginny?
Nay.
Lindsay?
Nay with a comment.
Lindsay?
Nay.
Tiana?
Yay.
Ann?
Okay.
Jonathan?
Yay.
And I'll go back. Annette?
I really don't have any idea what to do.
Okay.
So,
And who else? Heather, was that the other?
It was me.
Okay.
I don't know either. I don't understand, I guess, what the conditions do. Like exactly, won't that cost more money if we ask them to do multiple phases? And I thought that we could not do that. So I'm torn. Is that correct? Am I correct in that?
No, you're correct.
Yep.
So what do the conditions do then?
As stated, I don't think that they work.
In my mind, it holds the contractors or the contracted architecture to kind of hold them accountable for what they were asked to do, to draw up drawings that are appropriate for the building and the need. I see that as accountability.
But that will cost money.
Yeah, I mean, they have drawings. The drawings are phased. What we're saying is what I'm saying is that the phasing is not a good idea, and that they should repropose it. The way Jonathan, correct me if I'm wrong, you're conditioning this as, you know, telling them to phase the work, which they can't do because that will add money.
No,
And we can't support that because.
I guess I understood that the conditions were to make more detail with the phasing, which is what we were kind of worried about. Am I correct in that?
Well, what I was looking at was, one, if the contractor that produced this, that added these things, that Jenny, as you're saying, this doesn't make sense, this will have a negative effect if you do it this way, then that says to me the contractor failed in what they were contracted to do. They did not provide
Necessarily.
Well,
I mean,
if you're saying, you know, the way you've described all these pieces, it's stuff that will negatively impact the work. So it's not just a choice of, well, I decided to do this style. It's something that will actually cause harm. And so if I got somebody who I hire who does drawings for me and does it in a way that is going to cause harm, they haven't completed the job as far as I'm concerned. And that's what I would go back to them and would not expect them to charge me more money to do things the appropriate way. And then so where I'm looking at it, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but where I'm looking at it is us saying to them, hey, based on the expertise of people we have on this committee, you can't do it this way because it's going to negatively impact. Your contractor didn't provide you with the drawings that you need and the way that, and a path forward. So you need to go back to them. Shouldn't cost you any more money because they didn't provide you with what you contracted them for. And they need to give you a correct set of drawings and path forward on that you can then utilize this for.
I'm going to interrupt here because, I mean, they have the drawings, and the drawings, you know, are in the state they are, but the way you're conditioning it, the amount of the increase in money is not for drawings. The increase in money is for increased scope of work on the project. You know, right now what they're asking for is a limited scope roof replacement. You know, if you tell them that they need to integrate everything, they're adding additional phases in, which is increased scope of work. So the contract amount, the amount the contractor is responsible for, goes up. That's the increase in price, not the architect, but it's the amount of work being scoped is larger. That's what I don't think we can condition is, you know, it has nothing to do with the architect at that point. I mean, yes, he's responsible for completing the details. But the added scope for the contractor, we can't jump into that.
Well,
so that's the problem I see with the condition as stated.
Annette, you had something?
Yeah, so I'm not prepared to vote no. In the face of all of this, it just doesn't feel ready to move forward. I appreciate the conditions that Jonathan, you're trying to put on it, but if even the conditions are sending us into confusion, I feel really reluctant to move forward. So with reluctance, I'm going to vote no.
I'm also voting no.
And Heather, is that you?
Christy.
Christy, I'm sorry. So has everyone voted? We've had our discussion. What was the outcome?
Tamara, this is Melinda. I have 4 votes for funding and 4 against funding. So I think we're,
Well, as a chair,
we're missing a vote, right? Aren't there?
yeah, I didn't vote, so.
I
is
know
the-
you didn't vote, but
Now,
The
wait a minute.
chair, the chair votes to.
Yeah, I'll break a tie, but has everybody voted that is eligible to vote?
So Melinda, I have 5 no's and 4 yeses. Do we want to just run through it again quickly?
okay.
Okay, Jill,
Yes.
Annette,
No.
Heather,
No.
Christy,
No.
Ginny,
No.
Lindsay,
No.
Deanna,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes. That's 5 no's.
Get him this time?
Yes, I have 5 no's and 4 yeses.
Okay. So the motion did not carry.
But
But what
Jonathan,
I
to your
would-
point, I think, providing them with some very, very
No, we have to
specifics
stop now.
is good. And I just want to say, I'd be willing to do that, to provide any
Thank you.
support for a stronger application next year. Because I really want to encourage them to not give up, to come back, because it's a good project.
And I appreciate that, Jenny, and I know that your heart's in this with the work. I want to just make sure we are giving them the opportunity and helping to make sure that as projects are coming forward, we're helping them to be successful,
Right.
especially for groups who may not be familiar with these processes.
Right.
Good. Thanks, everybody. Could we see the spreadsheet, Carolyn? So the next one that we tabled was the Pioneer Public Television for $76,805. Does anyone want to speak to this grant application? Does anyone want to make a motion on this grant application?
Well, I'm sorry, which one are we talking about?
Pioneer Public Television,
Okay.
Appleton City Hall.
Yes, I would move to fund this project. This is Annette.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Who was that?
Jill.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Just a comment. I mean, this is the one that we talked about this is going to be probably a significant investment for HVAC funding for the next few years. This building needs a lot of work, and I don't think the city's in a position to pay for it. So those were my initial concerns, but I'm supporting this one because again, it's an area that doesn't have a lot of historic infrastructure left. This is just one of 2 National Register properties in town. It's their original city hall, so it's an important building. So I'm in support of this one.
Any more discussion? Those in favor of funding the Pioneer Public Television Appleton City Hall Phase 1 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Can we do a funding check, please? $1.5. Thank you. So the next one is LeSueur County Historical Society, the rehabilitation of the school. Does anyone want to speak to this grant?
Madam Chair, this is one that I think needs some conditions placed on it to make it successful.
Such as?
So I'm just reading through my notes real quick. The specifications were inconsistent. They referenced different materials in different places that should be the same.
Oh, was this like the
materials.
lead and the copper and?
Yeah, and they absolutely need to do masonry testing, which is a requirement for the grant, but they also specify mortar mixes in their specifications right now. I don't think those are based on the testing. So this is, we have to put this on staff to make sure that that the mortar mixes that are in the specifications are adjusted appropriately based on mortar testing, because right now they're way too hard. They'll kill this building if they put the mortar mixes that they have specified in. So those are both pretty big requirements that they're going to need to come through on. And my concern is that by mixing and matching metals, you can get metal reactions that will cause the deterioration of a lower metal very quickly. So if they're putting copper next to steel, or galvanic action will take place, and the whole thing will fall apart in not too long. So they need to provide some details or information on how they're going to separate mismatched metals. The other question I have, and this is more for staff, are you guys willing to accept Sherwin-Williams Color Snap for historic paint? That seems to be a bit of a stretch for me. They, in the documents, referred to that as what they're going to use to come up with paint colors, and that just seems to be a little maybe not quite analytical enough for me. But I'll leave that to staff to wrestle with. So with those conditions, I think this one could be okay, but it's going to require some additional staff review.
Any other?
I also noticed that about the Sherwin-Williams paint swatches, and I just noticed the difference between that and other grant applications where they took much more time to explain how they were color matching, and and the criteria just seemed higher in those other grants,
and the other
even
ones,
in the reviews. Also, so I just don't know where we draw that line as a committee.
Well, I think we should draw the line at professional paint analysis, so that Sherwin-Williams Color Snap, and that's why I'm laughing. I'm like, that just is not right. So again, are we comfortable conditioning this? Yeah, I ranked this one fairly low because of all those reasons. But unlike the Islamic Center, I think we can condition this, but it needs conditions. Because yeah.
Any other discussion? Any questions or discussion on this? Is there a motion from anyone? No motions?
I think there are others that are stronger, personally.
We can move on.
Yeah.
I need the spreadsheet again, please, Carolyn. Brown County South Attic Level Masonry was tabled yesterday for $153,736. Does anyone want to speak to this one?
I can speak to this one a little bit. I know, Annette, this was one that you raised the question about, kind of we invested a lot of money in this one, and so far, and we had a break last year. We didn't fund them last year. I'm actually in favor of this one moving forward this year. They're getting close to being done. there's some things I'm not going to get into some of the details, but I mean, the improvement on this building and this is one of the investments that is going to save this building. And the work is good. You can see the difference that this is making. Overall, the prospects for this building are going to be much better once the envelope is completely repaired. So this one is one, we didn't fund them last year. I think that was a huge disappointment to them. And they came back this year with a pretty significant match, which to me shows commitment and acknowledgement that the state funding can't be the sole source. I mean, so they came up with a pretty good match. So I'm actually in favor of this one. So I would move that we provide funding for it.
Okay, so Ginny has made a motion to fund this project. Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? We have funded Brown County.
Are we not going to look at Fairmont Opera House?
Yeah, am I skipping something? There we go. Okay.
Box me out for Fairmont.
Okay, so the Fairmont Opera House structural engineering assessment for $125,000. Does anyone want to speak to this? Anyone want to make a motion? Nobody? Okay, we'll move on.
Can we have 1 minute?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Slow reader over here.
You go ahead and read. Yeah, please, if you need more time, let me know.
While we're thinking or reading, could I ask Todd a question? Todd, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yesterday, in relation to some project, I think when we were talking about the pauses in the wilderness trail or the nature trail.
City of Duluth project.
Yeah, you said something about one of the reasons that the pause would be ineligible is that there was no interpretation. One of the things that concerns me with many of these building projects is the absence of any interpretation connected to them. Is that an issue for us to think about or be concerned about? Because I'm happy to have these buildings restored, but just restoring them without any attempt to speak to their significance in their community is a thing that has given me pause with many of these applications.
I'll probably look to Carolyn a little bit more for this. That speaks more to the broader grant program and priorities. So my comments yesterday were specifically because it was an interpretation project and it was looking to fund interpretation of Minnesota history. So, and then as we all recall from that great conversation, we were determining that those pauses, we're questioning their contribution to the interpretation.
Great. So the building projects don't need interpretation. Is that what?
They don't require it. I mean, I'm happy to let Carolyn. Carolyn loves it when I speak on behalf of the whole grant program.
Perfect.
We generally know it's not a requirement for preservation projects.
Thank you.
Hi, Annette. This is Carolyn. I would add that they have that as part of their nomination form. So to seek to be on the National Register, they must clarify what the significance of this building is. And that, I guess, it depends on how you are interpreting interpretation. That would give some clarity of why this building is important to the community, to the state, on a national level, if that makes sense. So, and I think I'm not a National Register historian, and I'm not part of that program, and we would be happy to have a discussion with our colleagues over at the State Historic Preservation Office and have them clarify that a little bit more. Ginny Lakovic, who has to excuse herself for this project, could speak to that a little bit more as well if you want that. But that could be done in the spring as well.
Well, and my question isn't about the significance of the building. I mean, I'm persuaded by what Ginny was saying yesterday. It's that historic register information doesn't go to the community, it goes to the registrar. And so my interest is partly in interpreting the building to the community, for the community. So even getting that information out into the community.
Yeah, and that might be addressed more at the local, like if they have a local designation as well, but I hear what you're saying, and we could encourage them, to do more of an interpretation, I think, under what you're saying as a definition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just would like a couple panels on the inside front door or something at the very least that just says, we have saved this building for these variety of reasons. But
Okay.
that was just a reading pause.
There you go. So have you looked at I forgot what we're looking at. Oh, Fairmont Opera House. Does anyone have any comment or discussion, want to make a motion?
If I could just ask one more quick question. The peer review, I think, mentions that the success depends on the engineer contracted on the project. And I just wanted to call out and make sure that it's conditioned in our approval that there would be an approval step for the engineer contracted, or just some more oversight from the legacy office on that process.
Okay. Anyone else? Does anyone make a motion to approve or not approve funding?
I can make a motion to approve with the condition that there's an approval process for the engineer contracted on the project.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Good.
Jill?
Yep.
Any discussion? Those in favor of funding the Fairmont Opera House signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. We have approved the Fairmont Opera House.
Can we get a check of the total funding now?
1.2. So we have 1.275814. We can, the next check would be at 1 million. So we can continue. We've got 20 minutes until we would take a break for lunch. Is Ginny the one back in the room? Okay. So the next one on that we tabled that was still within our 7.2 high scoring is the City of Eden Prairie J.R. Cummings house roof replacement for $103,645. Does anyone want to speak to this grant? Or make a motion? You've all read it?
I would move to approve this request. This is Annette.
Is there a second? Is there
Can
a
I
second?
just ask a clarifying question?
Okay, Lindsay?
Okay. So it says the house roof replacement, and then it talks about the shed and the outhouse, and then there was question of whether the outbuildings are part of the National Register, and I tried to look it up, and all I found, I mean, obviously the earlier National Register nominations are not hugely detailed compared to today. I didn't find it either way, so I just wondered what, maybe I missed it, and everybody else knows.
Anybody? Okay.
I'm there. I thought I was talking before.
It was awfully quiet.
It was awful quiet. Yeah, that's never good. Lindsay, I think that the two smaller buildings are not contributing. I would have to check that though, but my memory was that they're not. The one thing I want to say about this is I actually think this one could wait. You know, Annette, I know you've made a motion, but I just want to, the reason that we pulled this one earlier, the reason that I suggested we pull this one, there are a couple things. The budget number and the requested amount don't match. That was a little odd. Wasn't sure about that. And this roof was replaced in 2005. So that's 17 years. They should have gotten 30 out of it. So I think they could go another cycle without much loss, without any serious consequences. I think they could probably go another cycle. And given the fact that there's others that are equally deserving and maybe have a higher need, I would just still put this one in the 50-50 pile.
Okay, so we either need a second to discuss further, or it will fail right now for the lack of a second. And we'll come back to it. Is there a second? Okay, so we will move on. City of Henning, Trinity Lutheran Church Bell Tower, 118,769. Does anyone want to speak to this grant or make a motion?
I'll move that we fund this one. Again, it's the only historic building in the area, and the documents are very well prepared, very thorough, and they have a nice little match for a small community.
Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Is there any more discussion? Has everyone had a chance to look it up? I don't want to make it go fast. All those in favor of funding the City of Henning Trinity Lutheran Church Bell Tower signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we've funded the City of Henning. The next up is the City of Madison City Hall, 120,562. Does anyone wish to speak to this? or make a motion?
This is the one that I think was a missed opportunity. You know, the siren, the placement of the siren, and kind of a partial restoration of what is the focal point feature for the building. This is one that I, would encourage them to think about it and come back. They do need, the roofing is important. They're probably at a point where the roofing needs to be redone. I think they've demonstrated the need. But, this is a signature building in their community, and what a shame not to, if you have to restore a pretty good portion of it, just maybe just take it that next step and do the full thing. I don't know. This is one that I struggled with a little bit, because I think they're not obligated to replace missing features, but I think it's a real missed opportunity. And the location of that siren kind of front and center really detracts from the historic character of this building. If they have to take it down to re-roof, is there any way of relocating that a little further back on the building so it's not so visually intrusive? This is one I wouldn't mind seeing come back.
Anyone else have anything? I scored it higher because mostly of the geographic location. And that the peer reviewer stated it should be prioritized for grant funding. Those are my comments.
I can add that I also scored it a little bit higher, also based on that peer review that said to prioritize it for funding because of the critical nature of the project to make the roof watertight and preserve this building in the long term. So I hesitate to send it away for another year and risk, more damage to the inside of the building that makes it unsavable.
Anyone else? Does anyone have a motion? Okay, no motion? Then we will move on. City of Wyckoff, Chill Saloon, Ed's Museum, is that the next? Yeah. Does anyone want to speak to this one? 155,400.
Everybody's so quiet. I can make a few comments on this one. This is a repeat. This one has come back over the years. And when it first came through, I was maybe less enamored with it because it's going back to the contributions to the awareness of Minnesota history. I struggled a little bit with how this quirky little personal museum fit that category. But now, several years later, and just seeing the commitment and seeing how this one building fits into their larger plan, I've kind of changed my thinking about it a little bit. It has substantial community commitment. These people persevere. They are very committed to this, and I compliment them on that. But I think the reason I like this one, or I've grown to like this one, is the commitment to the broader plan. They've got a bunch of initiatives, and they're thinking about programming to connect their collection of historic buildings to regional trails and other sites. And that's, to me, is one of our guest speakers spoke about that, making that connection and creating a broader, richer experience for people to interface with history. So, this one is starting to get that way and or is trending in that direction. So I actually looked at that very positively. On the critical side, again, outline specs. Does not meet the standard of practice for complete specifications. And the other question I have, and this is one I think we can condition this, is that there needs to be a detail for the lintel support at the storefront and a base detail at the skirt board. It's unclear how they're integrating moisture barriers at the base, and I have no idea what's supporting the head condition of that rather large plate glass window. It's not going to be plate glass anymore. They're taking that out, which is a good thing, but there's no detail. No section detail through the head, and there should be. So those would be the two conditions I would place on this.
Any other discussion? Annette?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote against this one. I appreciate all that you're saying about it, Ginny, and I do note the community support. And this is one of those times when I would like to have the equivalent of architectural best practices standards. It's one of the things that concerns me about Wyckoff is the mistaking of stuff for history. And this isn't a building that is a National Register applicant. It's not a building that interprets, and it pretty explicitly says we're not going to interpret. We just want to have stuff. And that's a definition of history that I find pretty problematic. And particularly as the historical profession has moved to a more complex understanding of the past, I feel in conflict with the collection of stuff definition of history. So it's one that I really kind of wanted to like because it's pretty quirky and kind of, but it doesn't feel like it's at the level of doing history that I would like to give taxpayer dollars to. I'm sorry, Wyckoff.
Anyone else have anything? Do we have a motion? None? Okay, we'll move on.
In that case, could we, if we have to come back and vote, if we have to come back and discuss each one that we turn down?
Yep.
Oh, so we'll have to come back to it and discuss it again. I wondered if we might just finish it and. Never mind.
Well, because we haven't voted to deny it.
Right.
And so we'll kind of run through that process after lunch for all the ones that we are declining.
Yeah.
And then each one will get some direction. I'm sorry, someone was saying.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, I think there's still some below the line that we haven't talked about yet.
When we get to that million, then we need to look at geography. We need to pull out the ones that maybe you want to advocate for that didn't score high, but you still want us to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we'll do when we get to that million, which I think will be after lunch.
Madam Chair, could I clarify for Annette quickly?
Yep.
So Annette, the way that's working, we're taking notes on all of your comments, so they will get incorporated and given back to the people that are returned, no matter when you say them, basically in the meeting. So we'll be compiling all of those comments, whether you say it now or when you come back to it and vote on it. It all, we make sure that gets to the applicants.
Yeah. I'm just worrying about so many of them stacking up into the afternoon. And so, but that's fine.
Yep. I think
I'm on board.
It is what it is, I guess. So we have 4 minutes until noon. Do you want to adjourn for lunch or do you want to tackle another one?
And what's our number at the moment?
Oh, funding check, please. 1.1.
Well, I would suggest that we just squander these few minutes on an early lunch because we're close enough to $1 million that it would be really useful to have this a little bit of time now to go down and see what we want to do next. So I would appreciate the thinking time.
Okay. So we are adjourned for lunch. We will be back at 12:30. Okay, it's 12:30. Is everybody back? Everyone had a great lunch? We all had a good lunch? Or we did our homework while we were? So let's have a funding check to remind ourselves where we're at. $1.157045. So we're not quite down to our 1 million. I guess what I would like to do, if it's agreeable, is are there any that we did not talk about or that we talked about but didn't fund or didn't make any motions at all in that top from 9 to 7.2 that we want to revisit now? Or do we want to proceed with the next one on the list?
Madam Chair, this is Carolyn.
Hi, Carolyn.
Yeah, there was only one more that was tabled.
Okay.
That you didn't talk about. It was Helga Township.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to address that one first before you open it up.
Okay. I guess I was looking at the high score down to that 7, whatever, but we can talk about Helga. Does anyone want to speak to this one? Helga Township, Nary School Windows, 213,611.
Madam Chair, this is Ann. Is Jenny on the call? I think she's the one who maybe wanted to have it tabled. I don't know.
Yeah,
If she...
actually, no, I'm back. I thought I was talking again. That mute button, damn. I did actually, this is one that I think we had 2 different ways of looking at this. One was that it's a really important project for the community. But I think there were other comments debating whether or not it could wait for a cycle. My inclination on this one, again, this is personal opinion. This has been such a significant turnaround, just getting the windows in place. They've got great momentum moving forward. This is a building that is really going to contribute to the community as a wonderful asset. I have no doubt they're going to put it to good use. And, I don't know that they have a lot of options for funding. So, this is one that I support this one. I actually rank this one pretty high because I think, again, riding that momentum and allowing them to complete this project will set this building up for a really nice future. Could it wait? Probably, but I'm not sure we want to kill the momentum on this one. Just my opinion.
Anyone else have anything to talk about? Anyone want to make a motion? Any motions?
I'll move that we fund this one.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Ann. I'll second that.
Ann, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of funding Helga Township, 213,611,000.
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we funded Helga Township. And I believe that takes us under the 1 million.
Did we see a geographical breakdown too?
Okay, that'll be the next thing, is to look at our subcategories or our regions. Let's look at our regions first.
because this table goes over 2 sheets, I wonder if it would be possible to compress the county names and just do central, northeast, northwest, just to get a picture.
Good suggestion, Annette.
Oh, thank you. That helps me a lot.
How awesome that we've funded as many as we have.
Yep. So in the Northwest, there were 3 applications and we have funded all 3.
Yay.
Huh.
So Southwest is a little light. They're the ones
Yep.
that seem light.
And Southeast also, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
We've got Faribault coming up and Pipestone coming up pretty quick in our list.
Could somebody remind me what the 2 Houston County ones were? I'm trying to look through my list.
One
Houston.
Oh,
Yeah, courthouse for 199,755, phase 1. I'm not finding the other one.
yeah, it's at the very
Giants
bottom.
of the Earth.
It's the Giants of the Earth one. Thank you.
Okay, how about subcategories? Pretty good. We could do a little bit better with environments and conservation.
Yep.
Okay. So let's go back to the spreadsheet. Were there any in the top, the ones that scored the highest, that we tabled or didn't make any motions at all that we want to revisit? Jill, I have one if you want to take over the meeting. Does anybody else have any of them?
I have some from the next tier that we haven't talked about that I think we should. One is a national landmark building.
Okay. Jill, do you want to?
Sure can.
So I would like to look back at the Madison City Hall. We didn't make a motion on it. We had some discussion. And as chair, I don't get to do that very often. So I would like to make a motion that we fund the City of Madison City Hall project.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay.
In my
All
notes,
those in-
I just have that the peer reviewer said that it should be a priority. And I also looked at the geographic location.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, motion carried. You can have it back, Tamara.
Thanks, Jill. Okay, so the next grouping is, I'm not sure. Somebody help me here. Okay. We are going to go from 6.8 to, let's do 6.56.
Tamara?
Yep.
I thought we were at the million going
At the
to.
million. I'm sorry. You're correct. So what we do now is look at geographic location. We look at region or subcategories. You can advocate for a particular project that you scored high, but maybe it didn't end up in the groupings that we're looking at. So I guess let's just start with, I don't know, do you want to do it alphabetically or how do you want to do this? Ginny, you said you had a couple that you wanted to pull out.
Yeah, I actually have three that meet my high scoring versus everybody else, but also are in the counties that were in the underserved areas. So,
Okay.
so might be able to kill two birds with one stone with these. So the first one is the Faribault County Historical Society Church of the Good Shepherd.
Okay.
I'm going to make a bid that we fund this one. This, for me, was my highest scoring project or highest scoring application of all of them. This one for me hit on every single cylinder. It's the only one I gave a 10 to. But I think this is such a solid project for in every category. Contributions to the awareness of Minnesota history. This is an incredibly important little jewel. The applicant did a wonderful job of showing just how often this building is published and referenced. It is a significant player in the early history of the state. They've demonstrated need, public benefit, and access. It's open to the public. People can rent this for whatever, this structure for whatever purpose they want, weddings, funerals, whatever. Enduring value, the work scope that's being proposed is absolutely essential for this building to maintain its architectural integrity. And as far as follows the standards, this is a beautifully constructed proposal. The drawings, the specifications, absolutely complete. This was, in my opinion, based not only the architectural drawings, but the applicant's needs and rationale section. Everything just was spot on. So this was a 10 for me. And so I would advocate that I move that we fund this one. Following discussion, of course.
Ginny, the peer reviewer is concerned about the limited details. There are no window trip details, belt, course trim, board, and button replacement details about, yeah. Are you concerned about those?
No, because the specifications are very clear. So, but we can condition that. We can certainly condition that they provide those details. In this case, this is one of those, the specifications are really, really complete, very thorough. They do a really good job of, in this document set of explaining exactly what they are going to do. Not a lot of graphic support, but they explain it in very clear, concise terms. So a contractor would have no trouble bidding this. Mm-hmm. And again, I think, if we are, I wasn't concerned because of the specifications and the narrative in the documents is so clear, but we can always stipulate that they should provide details. We think they should. I'm not sure it's necessary in this case, but we can condition that.
So we have a motion to fund this. Do we have a second?
Is that funding with the condition? And there was also a condition in there about the radar being performed by a professional archaeologist. Is that, if the conditions are in the staff review, does that automatically get conditioned in the grant?
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought they provided support for how they were going to do the ground penetrating radar. They actually included that in the documents. So I think they met that burden of proof.
So we're waiting for a second. Hearing none, the motion fails. We'll move on.
Okay, do I get to go with the other two?
Might as well.
Okay. The other one that this is a repeat is the Reclaim Community, Pipestone County, Bauman Hall. I believe this is a repeat ask. At least the buildings come through before. I don't know if it's come through for the exact same scope of work, but this is one that I think has a fair amount of urgency associated with it. The masonry failure is, or I should say the instability in the wall system on this one is enough to warrant some concern on this. So this is one that doesn't have the luxury of time moving forward. I think they have a good plan in place. I think the documents are pretty tight. They've definitely demonstrated need. I do have a couple questions about it. And again, these can be conditions. Staff could follow up on it. One of the concerns is that the interior plaster restoration is not in the budget. The staff conditions actually want the interior plaster to be completed, but that is not in the budget as stated. So the costs would be above and beyond, and I don't know that money is secured. So that's a question for staff. They also, again, I know this is an MNHS requirement, but I didn't see anything in the drawings or the specifications for mortar testing. And for this building, given the condition that it's in, that will absolutely be essential to complete before they commit to a mortar mix. I would also suggest that they do a stone repair and cleaning mock-up. They talk about it, but it's not listed in the specifications. The requirements for mock-ups or trials are not included in the spec at this point, and they should be. They should be providing a field trial or mock-up for Dutchman repair, crack repair, and any kind of patching that they're doing on the stone. Also, a question for their spec. This is another one that goes back and forth. Is it sheet steel or is it copper? They talk about two different materials as if they're the same, and so they need to pick and go one way or the other. The other concern I have, and this is not necessarily a concern, I'm just pointing it out. They detail a projecting gutter across the front facade. Currently, the gutter on the front is recessed. It's part of the problem. When the gutter failed, it allowed water to leak into the top of the wall. We have better technology today for making that transition. My concern is if they do a projecting gutter on the front the same way they detail it on the two sides, it's really going to alter the aesthetic of that top cornice. So I would really advocate for them to reconsider the gutter detail on the north facade. The last question I had, and this is one that again I would put on staff to follow up on, is if they do the interior plaster restoration, they call for a plexiglass encapsulation, and they actually provide a detail that shows, 1/4 inch plexiglass encapsulating asbestos containing plaster. What I'm not sure is if that's a temporary encapsulation while they're doing the stabilization work, or if they intend for that to be permanent, because that's a big change, or that has some implications for Secretary of Interior standards if that becomes a permanent fix. I'm assuming it's temporary, that they're just doing that while they're completing the stabilization work. So those would be my lists of concerns. Again, that can all be conditioned. But I think this building, I would move that we fund this one with those conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to fund the Reclaim Community for $173,026. Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's Christy.
Christy, a second. Any discussion?
Yes, this is Annette, Madam Chair. I wonder if we could each name which other ones we're going to pull up. I'm concerned this one takes about 1/5 of the remaining money. Okay. So I'm inclined to support this one, but I'd like to know what the other ones that people are going to pull up are so that I can look at them as a group. Is that possible?
That makes sense. That makes sense. Ginny, is that okay?
That's fine.
So just table this for now?
Yeah. And then I have one more on my list to put in, if that's okay. It's the tiny one, but this is the one, I just want to put a plug in for the national landmark. Again, there's only 25 of them in the state. So they are a higher level of significance. And so this is the City of Granite Falls, the Andrew Volstead House. It's a tiny ask. They're asking for $21,000. It's a low fee, it's tiny amount but it's also some minor work, nothing critical, but again, this is a national historic landmark. So I would advocate that we fund this one.
Okay, so we've got those three. Annette, did you have?
Yeah, I'm interested just to have us look at the Somali artifact request. I'd like to look at the Carver County interpretive something, and then the City of Afton mural. At least I would like discussion about those three.
Okay. Does anyone else have others to pull out?
I'd like to do the Shakopee National Register one.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Point of clarification, there were two Carver County ones. Was that the one that you were talking about, Annette?
Let me just check. It's the interpretive program one that's not the...
The one at the farmstead?
No.
The one on the island.
It's the one on the island. So I think that's the second from the bottom.
Okay. Yep. Anyone else?
I have a conflict of interest with the City of Afton. I don't
know
if that needs to be stated.
Darn.
If it should be stated here, conflict should be stated here. I have a conflict with the City of Shakopee.
Okay.
I was hoping Christy could be part of that, but I knew you'd have to recuse.
Are there others when you're going down the list that you'd like to discuss?
Three Rivers Park.
Three Rivers.
The Norenberg Estate barn.
Which one is that? Okay.
It's towards, yeah.
Any others?
Chair, this is Ann. My couple that I wanted to pick were already picked there, but is there any way to get a total of what the totals are for the ones that people have asked for a request review?
I don't know. What do you think there, Carolyn?
I will do my best.
Okay. Any others that we haven't talked about?
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I think this is what Ann wanted. So there was the sum of those eligible amounts is $686,488.
Okay. Awesome.
And what is our balance?
Say, well, and what's our funding?
Sure. Can we go back to that list for a second? Because I didn't see the Somali Museum in there.
Oh, yep. There it is.
Did I miss it?
Yep.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
Third one down.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know what's going on with my eyes today. Forgive me. Ugh.
Okay, should we just discuss these one at a time? And then we'll still have some we could add if we needed to or wanted to. Does that sound fair? Appropriate? Yes. Okay, let's talk about Reclaim Community. We tabled it a few minutes ago. So it should be fresh in your mind. Does anyone want to talk about it? Want to make a motion?
think we already have a motion, don't we?
Yeah,
got
I
the
need the
motion.
motion with conditions for that one.
We had a lengthy list of conditions. So we're looking for a second to that.
I second it. Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
is-
Tamara, this is Melinda.
I'm Melinda.
Ginny made a motion and Chrissy seconded it. So
So
we
now
can
we
go ahead with either further discussion or
right.
a vote.
A vote.
Yep. So is there any discussion?
I just want to throw out that I thought the graffiti was really cool, and I don't know if there's a way to save that, but that's what I remember about this project.
Okay.
I love graffiti, but I don't think it's going to stay.
So we'll call the vote. All those in favor of funding Reclaim Community signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We have funded Reclaim Community. And City of Shakopee, we have a conflict of interest.
Yep, if I could, if this is Heather, I just need to be shunted from the meeting.
There she goes. So who would like to speak to this?
I
Me,
have an
Lindsay.
opinion, but someone else goes first because I'm talking too much.
Was it
I'm the
Lindsay?
one that brought it up.
Okay,
so
Lindsay.
I can babble for a little
Awesome.
bit. Just get my slow computer going here.
Yeah.
So I put, let's see here. I liked the partnership between the three partners. And I said I might consider having someone from the community in the project personnel, even if it's just like 25 hours built into the budget for consultation. This one had a 50% match, which kind of stuck out to me. When I tried to download this 1972 nomination, it was saying it was going to take me like 2 hours, so I didn't actually get there. Don't know if I just had an issue. And then I put the length of the project seems long. Would it be better to be done in 2 phases, or is working beyond a year okay? But it didn't get flagged, so it must be okay. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, anybody else?
Madam Chair, yeah, this one I had a problem with, and I think for the same reasons that staff actually spoke about in their review. It's not clear what they're asking for. They use they have 2 totally different things that they reference interchangeably, but they're very different requests. Looks like staff tried to work through the language with them, and they've agreed that it is a historic district nomination, but that's not the way the request is written. So what I was confused about is, okay, you've got them to agree that it's a historic district nomination, but all of the needs and rationale and enduring value, everything is written for something else. So to me, it just seemed it seemed unclear, and what they were asking for, or what their expectations for outcome were. So staff conditioned it. I'm not sure that it's clear though. So this is one that I think I support what they're doing. I think it would be a better application if it came back next year and they were clear about what they're asking for and what the outcome is going to be.
Okay, any other discussion, or is there a motion? Is there a motion to fund? A motion to decline?
I would make a motion that we ask them to come back next year with the appropriate, with clarity.
Motion to decline. Is there a second?
Tiana can second.
Tiana?
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to decline, say aye.
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 Opposed? I only heard 3 voices.
Aye. Four voices. That damn mute button.
Do we need a call, or I didn't hear enough voices, I don't think, but or maybe we need a roll call.
Yeah, we can go ahead if that sounds better to you, Madam Chair.
So Jill,
Yes.
Annette,
This is a vote to decline,
this is a
correct?
vote to decline.
No.
Heather, Christy,
Aye.
Ginny,
Aye.
Lindsay,
No.
Tiana,
Yes.
Anne,
No.
Jonathan.
No.
What's the verdict?
I have tied. I think Heather has stepped out. I think that's why.
So as the chair, I will vote to decline the funding. I will break that tie.
Melinda, can you confirm that for me? Actually,
Yes, I had 4 yes, 4 no, and then the 1 recusal, which is Heather. So with Tamara, that's 5 yes, so the motion carries to deny.
No, she voted no. No.
Who voted no?
I voted to decline.
So that was a yes vote to decline.
Right.
Got it, sorry.
So 5 to
And
4, motion carries.
Okay. Next, the Somali Artifact and Cultural Museum, and if we can get Heather back. Was it Heather that was gone? No. There she is. The
Madam
Somali
Chair, this is Anne. I'd like to make a motion to fund the Somali Artifact and Cultural Museum in the full amount. And I think it's important that they had mentioned in the application that there's no other cultural center in the world. And then given the high concentration of Somali in the state of Minnesota, one of the largest in the country, I think it's important to support this.
I will second it.
I'd like to discuss it.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
So I definitely agree with the two of you that there's a definite need, and I would really love to fund the project. But I did see some confusing language and some misinformation that in the, I think it's in the section with the personnel, the project personnel, that they have a manager that, and they listed the ways that this person is trained, but I couldn't confirm any of those training background for handling art or anything like that. And then they also said that one way that she's trained is by the founding conservator, which it's a person named Gabby Drummond. And I couldn't confirm that she's actually a conservator, an art conservator for backgrounds in animal science. So there was also some other misinformation that sometimes it said that they were going to catalog 50%, sometimes 30%. And then I also saw that they had they were awarded a grant in 2018 for a preliminary conservation assessment. And I just was wondering what other information, like what came out of that. I don't know, I kind of see it as a missed opportunity that they just, their collection seems to be housed in the building itself and then also in an outside, maybe a storage unit in boxes, and there was no, if they're handling all of this art at this point, it just seems like there should be more information about what came out of the conservation assessment and how they're going to rehouse things, what kind of boxes they're in, just how are they taking care of their collection, and maybe apply for a bigger grant, maybe something that can encompass like the longevity of their collection. I don't know if this is the place for that, or maybe it's best to keep it separate, but I just had some concerns about how they're basically keeping up with the general longevity of their collection. I'd like to know more information about what came out of that conservation assessment, I guess, and what they're doing, how they're tying that into their long-term preservation plan.
I want to speak to at least the percentages. I think that was misunderstood in their applications. I went back and looked at all of those. The 50% it was talking about was overall that this would allow them to do the work of their exhibit. But the 30% was actually referring to the smaller amounts, the 600 and the 621. When I read through, I didn't see contradictory numbers. I saw terms that I could see where somebody may have gotten confused on it, because at times they were talking about inventory, at other times they were talking about going ahead and cataloging, and then they were talking about what that represented of the overall collection versus what it represented from what was on display. So when I looked at it, I don't see the numbers as conflicting. I see as they've mentioned a number of numbers in a number of places, and I think somebody may have gotten confused when they were reading all of that. And then they talked about having the items themselves in storage, but bringing them out for that. You know, I think part of the overall job of this, or the goal of this, is to get stuff into the best kind of place it is. So they've got an inventory of it, get it cataloged, and with the cataloging, put it into whatever kind of appropriate state that it needs to be in. I would rather give them the feedback on that and fund this now than send them away and have them come back for a larger amount. I think, just as Ann had said, given the amount of the Somali community here in Minnesota, given the nature of this, I think this is an important one to go ahead and fund.
I agree with that. I think that they do need to take some measures, though, to be properly trained and they just don't have any information on how it's actually housed currently. What kind of boxes they are they just cardboard boxes? Are they archival boxes? And I just really want to see that they set themselves up for the potential to have their objects. If they're handling these objects now, then it's a great time then to be able to, you know, throw in some extra money for some archival and appropriate storage materials. And so I'm a little concerned about that. And just what did they get out of the conservation assessment that they were awarded in 2018? And how exactly are they taking that information and bringing it into this grant?
I think it's important. Oh, go ahead.
I was just wondering if anybody remembers that grant and what exactly came out of it. I don't know.
Ann?
I think it's important. It also had referenced that I think culturally, when you're looking at a different community, and it said that they were going to work with Somali elders, community experts, and educators on being able to catalog. And I think the importance is that it's cataloging more so than, I didn't see a whole lot about the storage and how we're going to move storage moving forward. But I think it's important to understand, like, that there could be a different process for some of this. And I think the main emphasis was on the cataloging and the pictures, not so much of the storage and the expertise, which is based on somewhat of a Western style of, like, is this what considered, we are going to go by what's considered the norm, or certain museum quality. If this is like really the only place in the world, I think I would err on the side of, like Jonathan said, to fund this and then give them some of the feedback on that as well. Or, you know, ask if there's some other assistance that can be provided. I just think even the representative this morning that was on the call and saying in the direction of the MNHS is to look forward with new Minnesotans and how we're affecting and including in this process of these grants, funding, and money. I just think we really haven't done that. And if we don't do it with this group, I don't know when, you know, when we're going to have the opportunity of $8 million, and we're talking about, you know, 42,000 to give the benefit of let's see and start cataloging. And hopefully we have a longer term relationship moving forward based on their, you know, previous applications.
Right, and I agree. I don't want to not fund this project at all. I would just like to help them and give them some information on, because there is misinformation in here about how this person was trained, and the founding conservator, just some misinterpretation of qualifications, and if they put that into the grant as a benefit, then it's just a misrepresentation of that information, I think. So I would like to, I'm not saying that I don't want to fund it. I'm just saying that I think that they need some help in clarifying and maybe with clarifying some of this information to make it a successful project and to keep moving forward in the future, because I would like to see more phases and have them apply for more grants in the future for their collection. I think they would.
Well, would it make a difference if what their qualifications were?
Well, if they're saying that they're trained in art handling using certain facilities in Minnesota, and that's not the case, then I think it's a misrepresentation.
Well, and one reason to have somebody trained in and what they're asking for money is to document and to preserve, is that if you have a person who has some training can make that process go more smoothly and can make it happen more effectively. If one needs to learn new skills to do that, it can be not a great use of their time. And I thought there is a category in their funding for consultants, and they plan to hire a photographer and hire cultural expert consultants. I just think that they should have some kind of collections consultant to help them, not to impose a kind of white majority standard on them, but to help them avoid the pitfalls that so many museums have fallen into as they have done their collections and then later had to redo them. So I'm also really in favor of this, though I think it's really important that we keep in mind that we are funding the project, that the fund is a support for the project, not support or not support for the community. I know that's a fine line to draw, but but I think it's one to keep in mind anyway.
I think that was well said. Yeah. I mean, when I look at a project like this, my first thought is, what is the best for the longevity and of the collection itself as a conservator, and how best to bring that out into the community. And I think that it's a very important project to fund. I think that the research is extremely important. I just found the training, and I just think, as I agree with Annette, that if they could have a collections care person or use some of that funding towards taking a workshop in art handling, or just how to identify issues. They in the documentation they did give their report or their paperwork for condition reporting, and it's very, very sparse. I just didn't see a lot going towards the fact that they have the training to do that. So
Christy, what about? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you about they also had Ginger Johnson in there as the collections manager.
Right. That's who I'm talking about. They talk about her. She has a minor in museum studies. And then it also says that she was trained by Minnesota Art Conservation Center, which I assume is the Midwest Art Conservation Center, but I couldn't confirm that she's not taken any of our workshops or anything. And then they said that she's also been trained by Gabby Drummond, who is the founding conservator, but I couldn't find any information that she has any art background of any sort, and she's not a conservator that I could find. So there was just those were some red flags about training, and I just wanted to bring that up. That portion of the grant was confusing.
I can appreciate that. As I'm looking at them, a lot of them seem to be young people. And so what I'm getting from this is that a fair amount, because Ginger, it looks like she has a BA in art history from 2019, or no, she started there in 2019. And then the one that you talked about, Gabby, seems also, I think she's actually may still be in college at this year.
I think she graduated, according to the information I was able to find, in 2019, but in animal studies. And I don't think she works there anymore.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I feel like I'm sounding defensive, but I feel like this is above and beyond. Like, I'm not going in and checking references on the $200,000 grant approval to see if people are really who they say they are, or if they've talked to these people. I think this is above and beyond the expectation of what the grant application is asking and what people are required to turn in. You needing to verify if they actually took a class at a conservator, it seems a little bit, it seems like it's holding it to a much higher standard than some of the other applications that we've approved without even going into those specifications of looking at someone's resume. So that's my opinion, but I just think we're rehashing again on the only two, Somali and on the Islamic Center, where I feel like we're going above and beyond. I mean, we've spent hours on them in our discussion. And I just think, and I'm not saying anyone's a racist. I'm not saying in that sense at all. I just think that maybe there's a lot of bias and different things that we're attaching to these that don't fit this Western standard of this is what we all expect. This should be exactly how it should look. And if it's not like that way, we're not going to fund it. And if we want to be looking at diversity and inclusion, we have to look at how are we going to adjust how we perceive applications. I mean, this one alone has 4,500, I think, match from McKnight Foundation, which is one of the largest art organizations and funders in the country. And they're supporting this organization by providing them with a grant for 4,500 in part of this. So I trust that expertise of them supporting this organization much more so than what someone graduated with their degree.
Madam Chair, maybe I can.
Tiana?
Yeah, I just fully support and in addition to that, if the community, if this organization has hired these people on, they have done their own version of vetting, which may not be what we find typical. But if there's trust within the community with the folks operating and running and operating, I support that as well. As experienced and lovely as we all are, we do not need to save these communities, where we don't need to take the savior approach, which I may be saying very boldly and maybe unfounded a little bit, but that's the only thing that comes to my mind. And I just want to uplift the young ones coming up into this new world of how we do view conservation. Yeah, I just fully support this project. I view these things as minor, and they may include what they're really focusing on. I see is not needing that level of expertise, and they very well may shift their expectations and everything for the next phase or whatever they're doing next. And maybe that is just not the focus. I just don't see that as their focus anyways. So I just support their project and what they're doing. Thank you.
Right, and I agree and appreciate everything that everybody's saying. I don't want to be taken out of context. I was reading the grant and just seeing the issues. One thing that we do is try to have a higher standard for all of these collections care. And it's the same for the architecture. It's just, that's why we're here. And I just want to make sure that they're supported in the best way possible. and that they are supported. And that's my main takeaway from all of this. So that's what I want to share.
The higher standard of care, however, cannot be so stringent that we are not going ahead and branching out and looking at new ways and considering the fact of a cultural context and looking at how are we opening these doors towards underrepresented communities, which has been an issue within both the field, within Minnesota especially, and we have to look at things in a new light and a new approach if we're going to broaden beyond just the typical same old way we've done things before. So I appreciate that you're looking at it with the higher standards. We have to also make sure that we're looking at both the right standards and we're making a way for those standards to be met, not just holding the standards as a line in the sand.
Right, and I agree with that 100%. And again, I'm not trying to decline this. I just wanted to bring up these issues that I saw.
Okay.
And I do understand that it's a fine line for sure.
And I don't think it's unreasonable to depend on or call on expertise that other people have developed in similar work to bring. Is there something to bring to bear that would be useful in this case? I mean, that's why I was suggesting perhaps bringing in as an advisor a collections consultant. Because there are practices that are helpful that are not the imposition particularly of an establishment standard, but of what serves the objects themselves. How do we protect the objects in a way that they remain useful and viable in that community and as representations of that community outside?
I think that's a valid point, but I think, maybe as all of us take away, hey, maybe we can bring some of our expertise to these nonprofits and assist them. But I think when you have a couple of nonprofits or people that have a small grant that they're looking for, I mean, sometimes that can make or break an organization as well. And maybe to, still to have that expectation that there's this is how it should be, I think is not always the case, especially with working with cultural and diverse populations and, people who are new to Minnesota. And as part of that process, always just sending people back to the board, I don't think is always the best way to uplift them.
Any further discussion? So we have, I believe, we have a motion and a second. We've had our discussion. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor of funding the Somali Artifact and Cultural Museum for $42,774 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Three Rivers Park District, Nuremberg Estate Barn Foundation, $116,000. Who would like to speak to this one?
I can. This one had a couple of things that I thought were differentiators. It's just been recently added to the National Register. It was accepted in 2015. It has a fair amount of contingency built into it. I mean, they were anticipating, when this proposal was put forth, they were anticipating a volatile market and several unknowns. So it's very well set up for contingency. But the thing that I think that impressed me is that, this is a site that is bringing in 56,000 visitors annually. So the outreach and the public accessibility to the site is pretty impressive. So again, it's a well put together set of documents, a fairly new new property to the register. So this one, I didn't see any red flags and supported this one wholeheartedly.
So are you making a motion to fund it?
I can make a motion to fund it.
Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Lindsay? Okay,
Yep.
is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of funding the Three Rivers Park District, say aye.
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 Opposed? And we funded the Three Rivers Park District. City of Afton, we have a conflict of interest. Who is?
Me, Christy.
Unfortunately, Christy, she'd be the best one to talk this through.
See you later, Christy.
Hi.
So who would like to speak to this? Was this one of yours, Annette? No?
I brought it up because I wanted discussion, and yesterday, Anne, you said something about funding murals without looking at the content. And so I especially wanted to see if this was a mural that you were concerned about.
Is this the one that's a flag and
yeah,
I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't see a whole lot of historical connection or value put into it. Like, sometimes things are 100 years old, but I didn't see like how it contributed to the history of the town or to Minnesota, or and maybe I just didn't see it.
It's the one thing I really like about this project is their proposal to do it without closing the building down and exposing people to the process of restoration. I thought that had a wonderful historic value in demonstrating the care that needs to be taken with preservation. So I liked it as an interactive community project in a building that I have visited once, but that I know to be a community center. So your question still stands, Anne. And so I was coming at it from the direction of history as something that we do and that people can witness it being done.
Madam Chair, I came at this from the technical direction again. And just, spent more time, less time on the content of the painting, but more on why they were taking the steps that they were and the process for stabilizing the structure. There's, as Christy mentioned on a previous project, there is a progression or a series of steps that have to be taken in order for these projects to be successful. And so this is one that they did spend a fair amount of time and effort diagnosing the problem and coming up with the most appropriate process to save it. So again, the attempt to stabilize it in place is the direction that was had the highest probability of saving the mural. And so, from a technical standpoint, I think the due diligence was done and everything, the forensic investigation, everything has been done in the right order and come up with reasonable conclusions and solutions to the problem. So no issues there.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment, I think, and it goes to Annette's comment about how this is an amazing opportunity to do this in view of the public. And I also kind of called that out in my comments on the grant. And I think that there's absolutely an opportunity to share conservation work with the public, but I think that this would have been a stronger project for me if they had actually explained how they would be bringing the community into it. So I think that they were kind of pulling out what Max said in their treatment plan about doing this in view of the public. But I think it would have been a lot stronger if there had been talks by the MAC conservators doing the work with anyone who was interested. You know, if it became a way to engage the public rather than just having the building remain open while the work was being done. Just, I like this project. I think it's fantastic. But that was just one comment as I looked through it.
Thanks, Heather. That's right.
Any more discussion? We don't have a motion yet, so we need a motion to either approve it or whatever you decide.
Well, I would make a motion to fund with the request that they pretty actively, I mean, I can we even say that kind of thing? That we hope that they will actively engage the public in this project.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, those in favor of the, let's see, City of Afton Preservation 100-year-old mural, 147,220, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? I only heard 3 votes. Motion carried. So we can bring back Chris. Okay, the City of Granite Falls, the Andrew Volstead House, 21,000. And I'm not sure who asked to review this.
That was me.
Let's speak to it, okay?
Again, I just want to point out that this is a national landmark. So again, the highest level of significance for structures listed on the National Register. Oh, this is one of 25 in the state. So it's a whole different category than other National Register properties. And again, small ask. The work is very limited and pretty well defined. So for me, this one was a no-brainer. So I would move that we fund this one.
I'll second it. This is Ann.
Ann, second. Any more discussion? Was that?
It's Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi. So I wrote, like the reviewer noted, there seems to be some confusion in the application, specifically as it starts out requesting to fund construction documents, but then dives deeper into the HVAC system. Does anybody else find that? Or maybe it's just Lindsay doesn't have an architecture background.
You know, I saw that comment too. You know, I always look at the reviewer comments and then try to, you know, go back and see what they see and then develop my own opinion. When I went back through it, really what they're asking for is just a little bit of electrical work on the outside. They just want to, I think they used a generic term. They misused a generic term. When they actually talk about the work that they're looking for, they're rewiring a switch for an outdoor light fixture. It's really what they're asking for. So,
okay, because I was like 21,000 seems kind of small for that.
It's real small, okay. Yeah. So yeah, they're not doing a full system analysis here.
Any more discussion? Those in favor of the City of Granite Falls, 21,000, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we funded the City of Granite Falls. And Carver County Parks Department, 111,458.
Madam Chair, can we do a check on where we're at money-wise?
Okay.
And then do we have any other ones to go back to? It seems like
we can when we finish this pile, then we can go back and look again.
Okay.
So we have 322,000 left.
Thank you.
Though, and I was the one who asked to have this one reconsidered or ask us to pull this up. But Anne, if you had others that you wanted to add into the mix, I'd be happy to hold to look at those together. Because this one is a pretty weak proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just look at the score. I just wonder if there was something else. And since I can't scroll back up, I don't remember if there are other ones that were.
We go back to the original funding spreadsheet. Maybe. Okay, City of Belle Plaine, Wells Historical Society, Springfield Area Historical Society, City of Sandstone, City of Wayzata, Houston County, Carver County, City of Rochester, Cason Alliance, Pope County, Giants of the Earth.
The Pope County one is pretty attractive at $15,000.
Are you saying we should put that in the mix?
Yes, please.
Okay. Giants of the Earth Heritage Center, City of Minnetonka, and Dawson Historic Properties. So any of those, we have not talked about any of those. So if there's 1 or 2 or 3 in there that you would like to pull out for discussion, now's your chance.
For me, these all had serious flaws. What I'm curious about, and people have been very quiet on it, we didn't get a vote on the Faribault Church of the Good Shepherd, but there was no commentary for why people were not in favor of it. That's one I'm still curious about.
Well, I'm not sure the process. I know when we've spent all the money, then we go back and we will discuss the ones that didn't make the cut. If that helps at all.
Well, it's just to me it's fine. To me that was the strength of that proposal far exceeds any of the ones at the bottom of the list for historic properties. That's the only comment I'll make about that.
Okay. Are there any up above that scored higher that you want to go back?
Did we make a decision on those lookouts? I thought that was another interesting comment this morning from the representative of saying, oh, it'd be nice if we had discussions, or, I mean, it was more of a general statement of having areas in nature where you had a reflection in areas. I can't remember that application off the top of my head where it was that you had the lookouts or the pausing areas.
I think it was funded.
We funded that one.
Okay.
And okay. Yeah. So yeah, we're down the old, okay. We tabled City of Eden Prairie. We tabled Wyckoff failed for, we tabled that.
I think Elysian School, or however you pronounce that.
I was thinking that would show up here somewhere. There it is.
LeSueur County.
Yep. Okay, that one was tabled. Any others any of them that you want to bring up?
Did we discuss the LeSueur County one? I mean, since that one was tabled.
Okay. So add LeSueur County to be discussed. Okay.
We did talk about that one.
Any others going down? And then we have the ones at the bottom that we wanted to talk about. How about City of Eden Prairie, City of Wyckoff? Nope. Okay. Farther down. City of Belle Plaine. And then you can see Wells Historical. So let's scroll down to the ones that we had picked out. Yeah, you still have those. Okay. Let's start at Carver County. Parks Department, 111,458. Who wanted to talk about that one?
I did. This is Annette. I wondered if the problem was in the grant writing and not in the project itself. Partly, I mean, one of the concerns that the reviewer mentions is the absence of historical context about the site itself. And I would be shocked if Project 106 or 106 group, when they do this work, would exclude that. I mean, they're one of the best interpretive groups around, and they have done such good work. And I know there are several Native American specialists on their staff. So I was surprised to see the weakness in this grant around that area. The second thing I wanted to say about it is that this history of recreation is such an interesting kind of subfield within historical scholarship. So I think something really interesting can be done and has the potential to be done in this particular site. So I wondered if this was just a resubmit proposal, because this one should be and could easily be better as a proposal than it is, because I think the project is ultimately a good project.
Anybody else? Is there a motion to do anything? Okay.
I can make a motion to deny funding with the request that they resubmit in a future year, and maybe and reconsider what they put into the narrative of their grant. I definitely agree with what Annette said just about what we could see of the project in the narrative that as we received it. I think I agree that it's a strong project, but in the match and in the amount of effort put into writing the narrative, the commitment to the project just wasn't there.
I would agree on that. And what I would suggest is that they provide us with the findings from their previous projects. I mean, they've done previous work. Show us what you've done. Yeah.
So is that a second, Jenny?
Well, I think Heather, you seconded it, right?
Heather,
was that a second or a motion?
No, I think Heather made the motion.
Oh, I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? And this is a motion to decline funding and ask them to resubmit with more planning. All those in favor? All those in favor of declining?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, not funded. The Polk County Historical Society Art Glass Restoration, $15,000. Annette, was this one you wanted?
It was, but I wanted to hear from the art people about whether this is how this should be done, whether this is appropriate. It seemed such a well-contained, small project. Period.
I can speak a little bit to it. So when I read over the project, some of the things that stood out is that they don't give details about how they'll clean the glass, if it's a commercial cleaner versus just, like an alcohol water cleaner, which would be recommended. So they didn't say either way. And then also the bigger thing is I'm not sure why they're using Corella glass, which I'm not that familiar with, but my understanding of it is it's a cheaper kind of textured glass that it's not necessarily appropriate for, if the original is not already Corella glass, I don't know why they would be replacing original stained glass with this type of glass. I don't I don't know a lot about it, but that's my taking of that. I also don't know what their criteria for beyond repair for broken glass or corroded lead. You don't always need to replace all lead just because there's corrosion. And then what are they doing with the glass that they're replacing? So those were some of the takeaways that I had from that.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I had some issues with this one too. I've worked on a few important stained glass projects, and you can do a lot of harm to these if you're not doing it quite right. And so for me, the fact that they're saying just because it's not a national register, we don't have to follow the Secretary of Interior standards, or there was some commentary in there about, getting around standards, and which I think is, this still needs to follow the standards for a historic building. The bigger issue I had was the assumed replacement of broken glass. That's a red flag. You don't always have to replace broken glass. There are a lot of really good techniques for repair, and it's always better to repair rather than replace. Replacement should never be your first assumption. And so the fact that that was here, and then as Christy mentioned, not only replacement, but replacement with a completely different type of glass is a big red flag for me. So, I mean, you could condition this maybe, but it would be tough. And I mean, I think there are just too many red flags buried in here to condition everything. But at the very least, I mean, the other thing that I thought was lacking was that there just really wasn't a detailed conservation plan or even really decent, thorough professional analysis of the current conditions. So the other, and one more thing too, is the other thing that I didn't see in there were recommendations for a protective storm pen, which we would also probably highly recommend.
Yeah.
So this one I think could be better, could maybe be better with a little bit more thought.
And in defense of this project, I would say only that the Terhard stained glass studio in Cold Spring is in our region kind of the place for such restoration. They have a very good reputation, have done lots of work around here.
It also seemed to me that the cost estimate, I'd like to hear what others have to say about this, but that was low, extremely low. Again, I'm not 100% sure, but it just seemed really low to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Any more discussion? Is there a motion, one up or down, or? Okay. Were there any others on the list that we didn't talk about? Go up farther, wasn't there? No?
I think that Elysian School, I think Anne had.
Yep, there it is. So we, the LeSueur County Historical Society rehabilitation of the school, $290,800. We tabled it, we've discussed it. We didn't have any motion, so we'd like to discuss it again. Anybody?
Dollar check, please.
$322,842.
And I don't have anything to really speak on it specifically. I just wanted to go back over some things that were scored a little bit higher to really look at it again instead of just going.
So anybody want to speak to it? Discussion, motions?
I think when we talked about it before, there were some conditions that were discussed. I can't remember what the conditions were. Can we be refreshed in that?
I can speak to that. The conditions were for sorting out the language in the specifications. They have conflicting material references to lead lined as well as copper and back and forth. And the mortar testing, which is also going to be very important. Right now in the specification, they have a mortar mix that is way too hard for historic masonry. So they should be adjusting their mortar mix as specified to match or to complement or support whatever the masonry testing results are. This is also the one that has painting in October and November. That is never a good idea to assume you're going to be able to paint in October and November. Paint there's a very specific temperature range that we typically allow painting to take place in. Has to do with the temperature of the materials as well as the ability, or well as the characteristics of the paint. So October and November is not good for painting. Last year we got shut down mid-September. Mm-hmm. Inconsistent and incomplete spec sections, I talked about that with the lead-coated copper, and also just they should provide a plan or details. If they are going to use mismatched metals, they need to come up with a detail or plan for how they're going to separate metals that are incompatible on the galvanic scale. So, and this is the other one that Christy and I got a giggle over for Sherwin-Williams Color Snap. That is not historic paint analysis. That is what you would use to decide whether you wanted to paint your bathroom lavender or green. It's not a lab analysis for historic paint. So if they're going to if the intent is to reproduce the historic color, they need to do a lab analysis. Christy, is there anything else you wanted to add to that? That's kind of your bailiwick, but.
No, that's perfect. That's
okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you for going over that again.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Does anyone want to make a motion one way or the other? Nope. Okay. So Carolyn, I have questions.
Yes.
What would be our next steps? Now we are down, I think we have discussed everything we want to fund. Am I correct on that? Now the Pope County one should say not funded, right? Yeah.
I think it was discussed. There was no
Yeah,
motion.
we didn't make a motion. Okay.
Yep. Yep. It looks to me like you've unless you want to go through the list one more time. I mean, I guess there's a couple things that you could do. You could go through the list one more time to see if there's anything else. You could take a short 5-10 minute break and let people think about something.
I think so.
And then the last thing I would offer, which is not my favorite to offer, but you could leave the remaining amount and we could use it in the small round.
Right.
Could I just add, when we go back through the next round, for people to comment on why there's resistance to funding the Faribault County, the Church of the Good Shepherd?
Okay. Let's take 10
minutes. We haven't
minutes.
gotten any feedback on. I'm the only one that's provided feedback on that. And mine was positive. So
there you go. So we'll add that to the discussion. Let's take 10 minutes, and you can also look through it yourselves and see if there's something you scored high that you'd still like to talk about. And we will come back at 2:03. Okay, it's 2:03. Is everybody back? So we have 300,000 left to spend. We want to make sure that we have looked at everything we want to fund. We've singled out the Fairmont Opera House. No, there was one other one.
It was the Faribault.
Faribault something.
Yeah.
There it is. Church of the Good Shepherd. We had a motion. And motion failed. The motion was to fund, and it failed for the lack of a second, if I remember correctly. Ginny would like to revisit that. Are there any others, while you had your whole 10 minutes to think about it, that you want to go back and look at? Particularly, I would say, you know, of the higher scoring ones that you think need to be reviewed again. Okay.
I would put, Madam Chair, I would put the City of Eden Prairie J.R. Cummins house back on the list, if no one else has one, in addition to the Faribault one.
City of Eden Prairie.
That is the roofing project, J.R. Cummins house. And I would maybe put City of Belle Plaine back on. And maybe City of Wayzata. Those, we haven't touched on that one.
Anybody else have others that they want to discuss? Okay, let's go up to the top. Higher scoring.
Actually, you know, since we talked about the ones, could we maybe talk about City of Belle Plaine first? I don't think we talked about that one.
Okay. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Yes.
Crickets. Crickets. Okay, let's talk about the City of Belle Plaine. Ginny, you wanted to bring that up?
Well, just, you know, again, because we're kind of running out of conversation for these. So this is one we hadn't talked about. It had a high modal score. I ranked it kind of mid-range, but others obviously were ranking it higher. So I thought I'd just bring this one back into conversation. This one had an HSR completed in 2014, so that was updated again in 2018. This is a logical progression in preservation planning, so they're going about this project in the right way. You know, it's reasonable scope for you know, the fee they're asking. It's reasonable scope given the condition of the building. So again, all good. The only thing that the one reason I knocked this down a little bit was their specifications all their specifications are for new construction. There's some really great specifications that are specific to historic preservation, and they're not using those. And that's fine as long as the specifications for new construction are adapted to consider the fact that existing materials, historic materials, should be treated a little differently. So that being said, I mean, it's not a problem that they're using standard specifications. It's just something that I want to address in the spring meeting. But they also were missing a few specifications, so specification sections. So I think this is a project that I support this one. I think I would just add some conditions that they provide specification sections for preservation of wood, stained glass, and plaster finishes. Those three sections are not included right now, and they should be. So with those conditions, I would support this one.
Is that a motion to?
Sure. I move to approve this one.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Jill.
I would like to speak to the stained glass proposal. I think this one was brought up last year, and the report for the stained glass repair did not change. So I had some serious concerns with that. They are recommending that they soak the stained glass completely, removing all of the lead, caming and replacing all of it. And I, again, don't That's not standard practice. So it's not high standard, it's not appropriate. And then they don't really specify what type of grout they're going to use. Still, I think that was another comment that we made last year, but they didn't change either of those. And then I think they're all broken pieces they're replacing again. And another problem with soaking it is that if you soak old glass like that, then you run the risk of leaching out some of the color. It's just not good practice for the glass itself. So I saw some red flags with the stained glass.
Yeah, well, the fact that they don't have a specification section for it was.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they're not telling us how they are going to approach it. So this is, again, another one of those that would put a lot of burden on staff too. If we condition it and just throw it back, it puts a lot of pressure on staff to make sure that all the criteria are met.
Any other discussion?
Was the motion to
Motion
approve
is
it,
to
or
fund.
Okay.
The motion is to fund the City of Belle Plaine Episcopal Church, $174,022.
I just have a quick question, if I could, for Ginny, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I was wondering if you, or maybe if Christy was familiar with the architect, the SMSQ architecture firm. I wasn't familiar with them, and I went and looked up their website, and it had Flash. So they had kind of a non-functioning website. So I was just wondering if they're kind of a reputable firm, or just for my own curiosity, if nothing else.
They have been hired, or some of the applications that we received. I've never worked with them personally. They have supplied background information for applications in the past.
Okay.
That have been, again, well put together, thorough and thought through. I'm not sure what their preservation portfolio is like. I can't speak to that, but again, the one thing that I wouldn't call it missing documentation, but again, their standard specs are for new construction, not for historic construction.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of tells you that their comfort zone is probably more towards new construction than historic work. But I think they're reputable based on what I've seen so far.
Great, thank you. That was kind of not even a red flag, just an orange flag, a yellow flag. That's a sports ball term, right? Thank you. That was kind of my only question about this project.
I had a question then. If you said this was returned and nothing was changed on some of the issues that you had last time, it just seems like it would be really difficult to put this up for approval when it was sent back with specific issues and those weren't changed or addressed. Is that correct?
Anyone?
I mean, as far as the stained glass proposal that they gave, that's what I'm referring to, that it still had the same issues that I just mentioned from last year.
Anyone else?
That is a red flag.
Okay, so we have a motion to fund the City of Belle Plaine. We have a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor of funding the City of Belle Plaine signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion failed. We will not fund the City of Belle Plaine. Okay, I'm seasick now. So these are the three we have left to fund. What is our funding check? Okay.
Did the Fairboat lunchroom have no roof? I don't think that had any action at all.
Oh, that's a Wells Isn't that Wells? Yeah, that was Wells Historical Society, the luncheon roof. We can put that one on the list too, right? I mean, these are just good for discussion.
Okay, the top scoring one in these last four is the City of Eden Prairie, the J.R. Cummins House roof replacement, 103,645. It was tabled, it was discussed, there was no motion. So who would like to speak to this grant?
Let me catch up. I put this one back on the list. I can speak to this one as soon as I find it. There we go. I think the reason we tabled this one further down the list because, you know, in my opinion, if it waited a year, it wouldn't be critical. That being said, I mean, they have demonstrated that it needs a new roof. Sadly, they need a new roof 17 years after the first one was put in, but it's because the first one was not installed correctly, which is why you want to make sure you have good architectural drawings. So they do this time have good architectural drawings and a good plan moving forward. So hopefully they'll get more than 17 years out of their roof this time around. So yeah, this one is one that, if there were, with other projects competing, this one I felt could wait till next year, but given where we are in our recommendations right now, I think this one I could support this one. I do have a note on here that the budget number and requested amount don't match, but I think that's a minor thing that staff can deal with, that can be dealt with at the staff level. So again, any other discussion would be welcome.
I'm still wondering if and maybe this answers the budget question. So there's the house, and then there's the two outbuildings, and they do have a $25,000 match for installing new roofing. But so I was a little confused as to maybe that's the 25,000, but the outhouses I don't think are on the National Register building, so I guess I assumed that they're not eligible. I got a little lost there, I guess.
I think you interpreted it properly. I think the reason that they have the cash match for those other two outbuildings is because they weren't contributing.
I have a question for the staff, but when it says amount requested 78,645, and we have eligible amount 103,645. Why is that? Why is there that discrepancy between request and eligible amount?
Tamara, I can address that.
Okay.
This is Melinda.
Thanks, Melinda.
If you look at the budget table, their total is $103,645.
Okay.
And then there's the field underneath. That's the amount requested. That unfortunately doesn't fill in from the table. They have to write their total in again.
Okay.
I'm guessing that at some point they put in 78,645, and then somewhere between the pre-app and the final, they added to their budget. So when we look at it as admin staff, we take the number in the budget table because that has numbers that actually add up to the total at the bottom of the table. So the 103,645 does equal their budget, and they have a line item. They have 4 line items to prove that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Any more discussion, or is there a motion?
I'll move that we fund this if there's no discussion.
Ginny, is there a second?
Oh, Annette.
Did I hear a second?
Yes, you did.
Jonathan?
Yep.
Okay. Is there any more discussion?
I would like to ask Caroline a question. you said in passing that you would prefer that this money gets spent in this round, and the alternative is that it gets saved for the small grant round. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Our philosophy is that you have active requests in front of you, and we do have 3 rounds that are coming up, but 2 of the rounds we don't know exactly how much we're going to be requested, and this money is set aside for the large round, and there is money allocated for the small rounds. So that's what I would always advocate, that if you have money in front of you, that money gets allocated in the round that it's for, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further discussion on the City of Eden Prairie? All those in favor of funding the J.R. Cummings House roof replacement, say aye.
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 Opposed? We have funded the City of Eden Prairie. Okay, 219. So we have the Faribault County Historical Society, Church of the Good Shepherd. This ranked 6.8, 162,300. We had a motion that failed for the lack of a second. Do we have any discussion or motion for this particular project? I think, Ginny, this was one you wanted to talk about.
I'm sorry, which one are you? Where?
Faribault?
Yeah, Faribault is one that I talked a lot about that one. It's my top project, and obviously people are not voting for it, and I would just be curious as to why, because this is one that I think, the quality of the applicants' dialogue was just, they were really solid. They understand this project. They understand their building. They have a really good plan in place. They've got great documents. The structure itself hits on all 5 cylinders. I don't see a single reason to not fund this one. They have a good match. They have a very well thought out contingency. This one to me is just absolutely flawless. But obviously I'm the only one that thinks so. So I'm just curious as to why everybody else is not in favor of this one.
Anybody want to speak to that?
I mean, I based mine off of more of what the peer reviewer said, honestly, because I didn't really, because I don't have that background, but
Okay.
You gave a compelling argument in support of it.
Jonathan, did you have something?
It was essentially the same thing, that it is, looking at the peer review was where I saw the points, and I kind of deferred towards that. So it's not actively opposed to this as much as the points that have, but yeah, Jenny, you gave a very compelling case, so I'd be happy to support this thing.
So do we have a motion before us? Ginny, were you making that a motion?
I will absolutely make that a motion to fund this one.
And I will second it.
Second by Jonathan. Any further discussion? All those in favor of funding the Faribault County Historical Society, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We have funded Faribault. 56,000.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
would the committee like to look at anything below 56,000?
that's what I was just gonna say.
Great minds think alike.
Wow.
Sorry, bear with me.
I think the two projects we had pulled up, both are under 50, right? Well, City Wayzata and Wells.
Wells was not, but do you want me to put it on the list?
Oh, I thought we put that one on the list. Okay.
It was more than 50, the 56.
Oh, you're right. It is.
Do you want to
Never
look at it
mind.
though?
No, it's above.
Do we ever fund like partial, like that's what we have left? Or do you not partially fund a project?
We haven't partially funded very often in my, I think because that's sort of, you're not sure of the guarantee of success if they only get half the money, you know, kind of a thing. So the top scoring in this group then is the City of Wayzata, the section house for 50,000. Would someone like to speak to this one?
I can, if no one else is going to jump in. I know a little bit about this one. This is a project we actually looked at when the RFP came out. So I actually visited the site and looked at the building and am familiar with what they're asking and what they were asking for in the RFP. It's a really interesting structure, and it is right downtown. It is right in the downtown area. I think one of the strengths of this project is that it's one piece in a much broader district. They are really looking for ways to connect their historic properties with a public trail. So, Lindsay, I think this goes back to the question you raised earlier, and Representative Lilly's comment about engaging people, indoor-outdoor experiences. This is a project that is attempting to do that. Their overall master plan for this district is pretty cool. They've got historic sites on each side of town, and they're going to the intent is to build a boardwalk and connect all these properties. So this is an early phase in the project to get this particular historic property back up to speed. It has been vacant, I think, for decades. There's a lot of work to do on this one. It's definitely seen the ravages of time and neglect, but they've committed to it, and they've got a very strong funding stream in addition to what they're asking for from the state. So it's also being managed by New History. It's a recent project to the National Historic Register. Just went on, I believe, last year. It was just accepted to the register last year. So again, this is really their first available attempt to take advantage of some of the funding that's available for National Register properties. So this is actually a really, it's a good project. It's a solid. I think this is one that I support. It when it's done, this will attract, the number of annual visitors to that area is astronomical. The number of people that come through there. So again, this one has a real, has a high probability of just really expanded outreach. So again, it hits on all levels. The only concern I had with this one is that the fee's a little low for what they're expecting out of it. It's the project needs a lot of work, both architectural, engineering, and there's a collaboration component with parallel projects. So it's the $85,000 that they have set aside for design and construction documents is tight, but with the leadership that they have, I have no doubt that they'll be able to pull this project off. So I am in support of this project and would make the motion to fund it.
Okay, is there a second?
Before we vote, if I could,
we can do a motion and then discuss it.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll second.
Who was that?
Christy.
Okay, Christy. So we have a motion and a second. Now there's discussion.
Yeah, if I could, just want to call attention to the fact that it would be another Hennepin County project rather than two that are outside of the Twin Cities metro area.
Good point. Anybody else?
Yeah, Jenny, can you speak to the piece about the Lakeshore Learning Center? Because it can't be what I'm thinking of. So that was one of the pieces that was confusing me about this.
Yeah, it's, the location of this house, it is crazy close to the water. So Lakeshore Learning is basically going to be just by force of where it is. No, it's, I can't speak much about the program. It's a tiny little structure. So just its location, and the original use of the house, they're going to be able to interpret this in a number of different ways. The reason it's called the section house is that this is the section, the foreman for the trains actually lived in this house. And so there's a tie to rail, and it is wedged between the rail line and the lake. There is maybe 15 feet between the rail line and the house, and then maybe 20 feet between the house and the lake. I mean, it's just wedged in this improbable little stretch of land. So as an interpretive center, I think they'll be able to really address some things that are, relevant to its location and the siting. And I think the story that they're proposing to tell, linking all of these historic sites, it speaks to a lot of the pattern of development for that area. And I think, they've got a really well-conceived plan. And they have strong direction. They have strong support, community support. Again, I think this is one that has a real high probability of success. And they're kind of reaching out and interpreting things in a slightly different way, taking advantage of the siting and location, instead of just another museum that'll talk about a specific point in history that's maybe dissociated from its site and location. This one really is aiming for something more direct, at least from what I could see initially.
Anyone
Does
else?
that answer your question, Jonathan?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Lakeshore piece was I know of the learning centers, the stores, and I was struggling to find out information about the actual educational institution that they're talking about. So.
Oh, okay. The institution itself, yeah. That I can't speak to.
Anything else? So we have a motion to fund the city of Wayzata, and we have a second. We've had discussion. Those in favor of funding, say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I think we've run out of money.
Well, that's a nice amount to return to small grants.
Yeah. So now, Carolyn, what should we do next? Do you need a motion to return the funds to the small grants?
I think, yeah, traditionally you've done that in the past where you've made it official to return that. So that would be great. And then my recommendation is that if you want to take a little bit of a break and then come back and then discuss everything that hasn't been already had a
Right.
motion for, that would be great.
So I will entertain a motion that we return the little over 6,000 to the small grants, or that we transfer those funds.
I'll second that. This is
Okay, Heather, I'll say
I'll
that you
move it.
made the motion. And
Okay.
is that Jonathan that seconded?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that will fund a grant next time. do we feel like we need a break, or do we want to just kind of go through the ones that we did not fund and give them some feedback so they can come back with better grants next time? Would you like a break? How do you want to do this?
Let's power through.
Power through, because
let's do it.
I just got places to be up there in Buttette.
Sure do.
So can you sort out the ones that we, okay. The ones that we didn't get to, can you sort those out, or we didn't?
Tamara, I'm not going to include the ones that declined. I think you made
We would have made
included
some,
included it as part of the motion.
Yep. Boy, that's not very many. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm. I think we've given a lot of feedback on LeSueur.
Yep, we did. And so we discussed the city of Wyckoff extensively. Was there anything more anyone wanted to add? And we also discussed Pope County, so I don't know that we need to go into that again.
Just for Wyckoff, I would urge them to come up with some interpretive material so that the many visitors they have something to think about. Even one question that people are asking these days is, what does it tell us about a particular time that these were the things that were collected? So just even one layer down of asking, what's the meaning of this collection, and how then can we think better about the things that we ourselves collect?
Okay.
And if they have time to, I mean, again, if they're working out some initiatives and some programming, it sounds like simultaneously, again, if they could, anything they can provide that supports Annette's comment about, how do you make this, how do you reach a broader audience or tell the broader story, I think is going to be important for them. And how they tie that into maybe their other historic sites in the trail would help strengthen that.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, the Wells Historical Society Depot Lunchroom.
Okay, I can comment on that a little bit, why I scored that one a little lower. I think what they're aiming to do is really important. Reconfiguring the eave overhang on this building is absolutely essential. It looks so ridiculous right now. I don't know why it was ever lopped off. It is just bizarre what happened to this building. So their plan to reconstruct that overhang and bring back the symmetry to this really sweet little lunchroom building, totally in support of doing that. It's a really great idea. The one comment I had on this is that there were no specs provided at all. That's a problem, and there was no contingency for construction on this one, which I think is a mistake. So I encourage them to resubmit next year with a full set of documents. The other question I had, and this is something that could have been conditioned, but if we're going to ask them to come back, it should just be part of the document set. Right now, they're showing a K-style gutter. The historic photos are a little grainy. Historically, it did have a gutter, and it should have one moving forward, but the photos were a little grainy to see. It was impossible to tell if that was a K-style gutter or if a half round would be more appropriate. There is a depot building adjacent to this that looks like it's been rehabilitated. That one could possibly be used as a precedent if there's no good documentation
provide direction for the lunchroom. So those were my comments for that. This is not one that I had any fundamental issues with the actual proposal, but again, just incomplete construction documents.
Okay. Anybody else? Springfield Area Historical Society, HVAC lighting system renovation. Anybody have any topic there?
They seem to have skipped a phase. There are no design construction documents. They just kind of went right into construction. You know, that's not completely unprecedented for HVAC, but again, for a museum environment, I think that, you know, again, due diligence, they should have a set of construction documents that somebody who's familiar with designing for museum environments should be involved in this project, basically. So but even if they didn't go that route, just having some construction documents so we can see what they're doing. Right now, there were some suggestions in the condition assessment, but it's impossible to evaluate, you know, what someone says they're going to do versus having a set of documents that show you what's going to be done. This was just too big of a leap for me.
Well, and there is a small grant available for getting HVAC evaluations done. So
exactly.
There's an opportunity there.
Yeah, they can. So this is one that I just, you know, they just seem to have skipped a step.
Anybody else? City of Sandstone Public School Building. Anyone want to speak to this one?
Okay.
I can't find it.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I think they're fairly desperate to get this building back into shape for some kind of occupancy. It's not occupiable right at the moment. So this is, I think, a desperate scramble. I'm not sure in this case that a historic structure report is what they need. And this is unusual for me to say because I am usually all about HSRs. It's a really valuable tool and would be for this site. But I think what they really need is maybe more of a feasibility study or some kind of market analysis that gives them an idea for what this building can be repurposed for. The historic structures report will do a really good job of identifying the condition and outlining, giving some good direction for treatments, recommended steps forward, but it will not give you any kind of market analysis. And so this one it seems to me that they need to figure out. And again, this is one of those, it's kind of the chicken and the egg, you know, if they had a condition assessment report and knew how to move forward, they maybe could get tenants, you know, excited about it. So, you know, they're kind of caught in a weird spot right now, but I think if they asked for, I think if they took a small baby step and did a feasibility study, a market analysis that just looked for you know, so that they could target some investors or some potential tenants, you know, that could be a lower level entry funding type project that then would set them up for the HSR. That's my thought process on this one.
The peer review gave them a lot of information to look through. So, Lindsay, I know you have to leave, but you had a question about the Dawson Historical Properties. Could we skip to that one so you can?
I just noticed that the mode and the average, it was one of those where there was kind of a difference, like more than 1 point.
Does anybody want to speak to this one or talk about, you know, there is a difference. I mean, it scored fairly high for mode, yet quite low.
I scored it fairly low, but
Yeah. this was my lowest scoring one. I may have tripped the balance. This one, there were no drawings, no condition assessment provided for review. This was a really hard one to evaluate.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so then there, now you can leave with a clear conscience, Lindsay, when you need to.
Just my curiosity. Yeah.
There you go. We're good for that. Houston County Courthouse.
This is the one with the synthetic versus wood shingles.
Oh, yeah.
Is that our main concern?
Yeah, well, the concern was that what was accepted and approved in the scope of work documents is not what's reflected in the drawings. So there's a disconnect there. Synthetic materials can be used. It's not the preferred route, but that alone wouldn't disqualify. But this one was, again, these drawings were incomplete and a lot of not misinformation, but conflicting information. And it didn't match the scope of work forms. And I think the bigger issue I had was that it addressed the shingle roofing system, but didn't include the replacement of the EPDM roofing. Again, it's a roofing project. You have to look at this comprehensively. You have to take a holistic approach to roofing. So the same comments I had for the Islamic Center, I'm going to target here. It should just be a complete system. There were several scope items that are incompletely detailed, including details for the wood louver replacement, wood trim repairs replacement. The language was really vague. I had some issues, fundamental issues with this whole drawing set. There are just arrows that point to big zones and it says repair or replace. No quantities, no indication for the scope of work. I mean, it's impossible it would be very difficult for a contractor to come up with a construction estimate for this, and there's just no direction for what's being done. Right now, we have no idea. They could just come in and replace everything. It's repair or replace. They could just replace everything, and that's not a real good approach for Secretary of Interior standards. So there was just a vagueness to this that I think it was unacceptable, and that should probably it goes on, but I think that's enough for them.
And the peer review is quite lengthy on this one, so they'll get a lot of information about that.
Yep.
Where are we at? Carver County, rehabilitate the exterior of something. I can't read the whole thing.
This one.
Must be the Andrew Barn.
Now, Carver County, is this the Andrew Peterson farmstead? No.
Yep.
All right. If you guys are still willing to listen, I can keep going. This is another one that there was a lack of thoroughness in the construction documents. There were several incomplete specification sections. Again, that's not always unprecedented, but in this case, the sections that were incomplete or pending are pretty much what the project is about. So, and this one, I'd also say that the issues did not appear to be time critical. I mean, it's all good work. You can see the direction they're going, but with a competitive round like we had this time again, pushing it off to get a more complete set was, in my opinion, not a bad thing. This is another one that it was hard to tell. They didn't give months. The schedule didn't have months. It just had numbers, month 1, month 2. So it was really difficult to tell which work was being completed in cold winter months. And that's important for evaluation, is to, there was one project that we were a little critical of because they were painting in November. This one is a little vague as far as when work is being completed. So I think it's fair to ask them to provide a little bit more information in the schedule. They're removing storm windows. There's no indication or that I saw for whether they're being replaced or not, or how they're being replaced. And again, same criticism we had on the previous project, the extent of repair replacement is not clear. This is another one that just points an arrow and says repair or replace. And, you know, that's, I think you have to do a little bit more on the architect's part. I think there has to be more specific information in these drawings for extent. You have to at least provide, either indicate graphically the scope of work or put it in the specification, the quantities. And this one just doesn't get there. So, so this one, again, I think would be stronger if it comes back and just fills in some of the blanks next year.
Yeah, in my notes, I want this to be completed. You know,
Yeah.
I want it to be done. They've been working on this for a while, so I hope they can conclude it. Anybody else? Okay. City of Rochester Plummer House. Yeah.
This is one I want to point out that this one actually it's not a national landmark, but it is significant nationally. So this one is an important project. I love this site. I love the idea what they're trying to do with this project. It's just such a cool site, and it does draw a lot of visitors. I am also going to be very critical of the drawing set on this one. They're insufficiently detailed. There's no details provided for repair or replacement of stucco, wood trim, the balconies. And again, some of these areas are difficult to get to right now. I get that. I think the survey was probably done by drone. Conditions are a little unstable. It's probably hard to get to some of these areas, but the specifications were incomplete. There's conflicting information, bid forms, and the estimates are underdeveloped. I kind of went on and on this one. There was no clear indication phase 1, phase 2 in the specifications. Again, this is one that the drawings could just be so much tighter, should be so much tighter than they are. But again, I would encourage them to come back. You know, the level of deterioration on this is significant, and it's fast track deterioration. They really need to move on this. And this was one of my favorite projects last year. So I was really disappointed when it came back this year with such incomplete drawings, because this is one that I really want to support, again, because of the national significance. So, and the other comment I'm going to make real quick, because this is one of the things is, you know, the actual detail that they have for the cedar shakes, the installation of the shakes, actually does not follow the recommended practice as outlined by the Cedar Shake and Shingle Bureau. So they need to qualify why they're doing something differently, explain why it is that they're not following standard practice by that industry. Otherwise, it's just a big red flag. So this one had some issues that I think need to be clarified next year. But please come back.
Anybody else? Okay. Quezon Alliance for Restoration Center Pavilion repairs.
Okay, same comments as the previous project apply here. The drawings are incomplete, insufficiently developed details, hard to determine the scope. There are no quantities given, and no real indicators on elevations or plans for the for repair or replacement. They talk about both. Just using terracotta as an example, they talk about repair, not replacement, but then the schedule seems to indicate possibly they're thinking of replacement. There's one corner piece that does need replacement. It was just really that drawings were unclear what's being done where. I also think their schedule was a little optimistic for terracotta. They correctly indicate that there's a long lead time for it, but I think they're underestimating what that lead time is. I think they are thinking, I think they indicated 30 weeks. It's probably longer than that based on recent experience I've had with terracotta projects. We waited almost 12 months for some of the pieces that we ordered. So that's just something to be aware of in their scheduling, is that even when the manufacturer promises you that it'll be delivered on a certain day, it very rarely is. And there are so few in the country that actually do that work. You have absolutely no control over when the material is being delivered. So I think they need to build that into their schedule realistically. And again, just the same comment of, I just want to drive that point home, that you have to indicate the scope and the scope of repair versus replacement, and provide quantities for contractors to estimate, and for us to understand what exactly is being repaired versus replaced.
Was this one? This one was from last year, also, wasn't it? Is there?
I think so, maybe.
I was just curious.
I remember them coming back. I mean, I remember their initial application for the construction documents, maybe. I think this might be the first time they've actually applied for construction. John might be able to confirm that, but.
We're looking it up.
Okay. I don't remember them coming back for the roofing, because if this came back twice for roofing, I'd really be disappointed.
I was thinking that that it was something to do with mold abatement and lead abatement, maybe last year. I'm not 100%
Yeah, it could be. This is a troubled building too. This one is real similar to sandstone. We're just big old school that is hard to part with, but also hard to program.
Madam Chair, I just looked it up. They did apply in 2021 and were returned. The title of the project is Immediate Needs for 1918 Casson Public School. So I'm not sure the details.
Okay. You might be right about the mold.
Anything else? Okay, moving on. Where are we? Giants of the Earth? Giants of the Earth Heritage Center. Norwegian Ridge Farmers documentary. What do you think, Annette?
Yeah, I was just reaching for my mute button. I wanted to like this one, and they made it hard for me really to like it. The script reads as a kind of too easy depiction of Norwegian farm life with too rosy a storyline. I've gotten, I worry about stories about hardy pioneers without making that more complicated. I mean, so the story is not interested in complicated stories, which means to me they're not interested in human stories. They're interested in heroic stories, and so I think the script is not very good. I think 2 films is puzzling. I think that they should collect all of those interviews that they want. I would like them to have a more kind of more authentic set of questions to ask of people, so that they can collect really useful information about them. I appreciate that the proposers have done primary research, but what they haven't done is done any secondary research. there's so much, especially written about Norwegian immigrants. John Jurdy, the late John Jurdy, has really terrific analysis of settlement patterns. And so there's no reference to that larger, significant secondary literature on Norwegian immigration, where I think a film like this has to be grounded. So I didn't rank it very high.
Anybody else have any comment?
I had a question actually on this one. I mean, I think, Annette, you touched on it, the second, I guess I wasn't clear why you needed to do two 55-minute films to combine into a third 90-minute film. I wasn't sure what was going on there. So I was hoping someone could maybe, if someone else figured that out, talk about just, because that's kind of a fundamental piece of this proposal is the fact that there are two plus a book and a third. And I wasn't sure I followed that. But the question I had is, they started to talk about reenactment with actors, which to me implies sets and costumes and all kinds of things. For the fee, I mean, is that, I guess there were two questions. One is it enough fee to even do that? And two, is that something we should be paying for? I don't know. That's where I was hoping others that have more qualified than I to comment on some of that.
Well, reenactment might work in the film industry, but even more and more museums are moving away from reenactment. It's so easy to get it wrong.
Yeah.
So it's gotten to be just a difficult thing to do. I thought that they were proposing two films, in part because there were so many people they wanted to interview, and they couldn't fit them into one hour film. So they wanted to do more, which is great, but then the reenactment doesn't make any sense at all. So there are various pieces that felt in conflict with each other.
Thanks, Annette.
No.
Anyone else? Okay, the last one, the city of Minnetonka, Charles Burwell resident.
Oh.
Repair and restore the Burwell house.
Yeah, this one had some, again, no details, no quantities. The scope of work form indicated that they were going to replace to match existing, but the specifications had a section for composite materials. There's an alternate in there for metal fascia, which is not what the historic configuration is, and a lot of conflicting, same comments as before, a lot of conflicting information, and some disconnects with the scope of work form, which is problematic.
Anybody else? Okay, we have discussed 6 grants. And not everybody's happy, so that means we did a good job.
Well, and
So-
Tamara, you've done a
Yep.
really good job, I think. Thank you very much.
Well, I feel a little bit of the imposter syndrome here, but so, John, do you want, okay, we have this is the list of those that are funded or not funded or were declined, right? Okay, we've got the list up here. How much did we spend? We spent, oh, look at that, $6,193,103. We will give $6,897 to the small grants round. The grants office will forward our recommendations to the Minnesota Historical Society Executive Council for review and final approval. So after today, we are not to discuss any of these applications. The executive council will make the final decision and they can change our recommendations. And the executive council decisions are final. All applicants will be notified by the grants office no later than December 15th, 2021. Carolyn, is there anything you want to add?
A couple things. One, first, before I have a couple of my announcements, I'm wondering if you want to, traditionally we've read out who's been funded.
Okay.
And I want to know, as the chair, if you would be willing to do that.
Sure. Do you want to go by the top of the list all the way down? Do you have a?
Yep, I have them all sorted for you. Still by score, but does that work?
Yeah, I can't see anything. My screen is kind of being weird, so.
Oh, here, there we go. And I think for time's sake, if you just want to read the applicant.
Okay. So the first one I see is the Science Museum of Minnesota for $139,150. Lower Phelan Creek Project, $118,000. City of Plymouth, $35,000. Dodge County Historical Society, $31,236. Charles Thompson Memorial Hall, $215,182. Tower Sudan Historical Society, $285,618. Centro Tyrone Guzman, $32,200. Heritage Organization of Romanian something. Romanian Americans in Minnesota, $39,439. San Francisco Township, $175,133. Dakota County, Spring Lake Park Reserve, $65,000. Regents of Minnesota, the University Humphrey School, $102,768. Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Norris Camp Project, $51,000. Lake County Historical Society, $75,000. Ramsey County Historical Society, $22,000. Rice County Historical Society, $85,000. Hibbing High School, $43,247. City of Clements, $40,000. City of Little Falls, $32,000. Minnesota Special Education Leaders Foundation, $23,449. Hennepin County Library, $49,690. Nobles County Historical Society, $118,500. Otter Tail County, the Phelps Mill, $139,860. City of Browns Valley, $32,788. Hubbard County, $237,324. Aiken County Historical Society, $38,000. City of Delano, $62,800. First Congregational Church of Winona, $44,500. Olmsted County Historical Society, $237,265. The Artist Sanctuary, $26,300. Afton Historical Society and Museum, $62,020. First Congregational Church of Minnesota United Church of Christ, $148,000. Pioneer Public Television, $76,805. Where am I at? City of Duluth, $130,100. City of Brainerd, Preservation of Brainerd High School, $162,043. Central Presbyterian Church, $120,000. St. Olaf College, $110,676. City of Duluth for the jail, $240,000. Fairmont Opera House, $125,000. Brown County, $153,736. The Norwegian American Historical Association, $86,570. City of Eden Prairie, $103,645. City of Henning, $118,769. City of Madison, $120,562. City of St. Paul Parks and Recreation, $136,167. City of Walters, $191,116. Sacred Heart Area Historical Society, $290,700. Historical Society and Cultural Society of Clay County, $50,000. Waterford Township, $244,383. Helga Township, $2,013,611. Reclaim Community, $173,026. Faribault County Historical Society, $162,300. Somali Artifact and Cultural Museum, $42,774. Three Rivers Park District, $116,010. City of Afton, $147,220. City of Granite Falls, $21,000, and the City of Wayzata, $50,000.
Nice job, everybody.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Just a couple of announcements that I have. If committee members have written down their volunteer hours, please share that with Gillian. We do track that and make sure that it is known because you are volunteers. We make sure that time is given to the legislators so they know how much of time it takes to do this work from start to finish. I just want to thank all the committee members. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes for the 2 to 3 weeks that you get to review these 76 applications that you're in there. And like Ginny was pointing out the other day, some of them take an hour, some of them take more to work through and get that score and then come prepared to discuss and do the hard work at these meetings. I want to thank my colleagues. Amazing. I'm so glad I get to work with this group of people. I come to work every day just because of them. I also come to work because of our applicants and our grant and our HRAC members too. So thank you for them. And then the last people peer reviewers, I want to make sure I say something about the peer reviewers. Their work is really behind the scenes. Very few people get to see their hard efforts. And thank you for volunteering. They're also volunteers and they do this out of the kindness of their heart. And I'm very appreciative of them and all the hard work that they do with this and volunteering, most of them every single year to do at least 1 or 2 to 3 applications. And sometimes when we have a conflict, they do another one for us graciously in a very quick manner. So thank you for them. And then lastly, thank you to our applicants. I appreciate all the work that you put in. We don't get to see your behind the scenes either. You put months, hours into these applications, sometimes years, to go through the whole process continuously to get your research projects, your inventory projects, your cataloging projects, your museum projects, your environments, your building, everything that you do. Thank you very much. And I would say to those that weren't funded today, it's not a no forever. It's just a no right now. Please come back to our office. We're happy to have that conversation with you of how to help you strengthen your application next time so it is a yes. Thank you to our departing members. I really appreciate 4 years. Seems like such a small amount of time that you've given to us. Jonathan for being our chair for the past 2 years. Annette for serving on it and being our historian. Thank you so much, and for giving us insight into other things that broaden our horizon. Jill Wanuka, who's been a deputy chair for I think 3 times now. She's never said no to me, so I appreciate that. And she's jumped in and and expanded her horizon by taking on the chair work when needed. And then Jonathan, and then Tamara, of course, Tamara, our chair. Thank you, Tamara, for being our chair your last 4 years of serving. So I really appreciate it. You did a wonderful job today. And without you, we couldn't have gotten through all of this today. So I really appreciate that. Spring meeting, we'll have a spring meeting, and I will announce that in the next couple months. And then with that said, because we don't have Tamara is not our chair next year, I will be looking for a chair. So if somebody is interested in chairing, I'm happy to hear from you. Otherwise, you will be hearing from me. So anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thanks for your kind words. I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There you go, Ginny. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.